Everything about the internet.
And kill these spirits, unquote. Worked with Brittany as the couldn't have a cell phone. True. Brittany with mental religion. Social rights that you have under the law leads to hospital of control constitutional rights in order operating in the household. And I have Lithium is a very
Like full-blown schizophrenic.
Come to my home, stay.
From so it's probably evangelical churches,
Yes,
these celebrities to church in Thousand Oaks want to control Hollywood. It's weird that the fact that Charlie was within for thinking that like if Israel you should bet you were using your discernment in fighting like Pachuca and allow everybody to take their own be separating the wheat from the chaff. And if you're anti-Israel, I'm seeing it clear. That's something that. So for me personally, if people disagree, then we can talk about it and demonizing other people, and it just sucks. And it's clear to me that the wheat and the chaff are being exposed. So do your best to use your discernment. Do your best to do your own research. I'm gonna keep delivering what I find, but it seems to me that there's some funny business going on. I don't know who's involved, what. I have my suspicions on a lot of different organizations. But until we really pin evidence, then we can't really, I don't know, we can't really shoot out theories and claims. So, and I don't know even what will happen if we do get evidence. Will the government prosecute? Probably not. They're doing everything in their power to avoid looking into other leads. They want Tyler Robinson to be the bad guy. And they didn't even get Charlie's phone when Harrison Smith had posted that super viral tweet about how someone close to Charlie had mentioned that Charlie was scared that Israel was going to kill him. The FBI never thought to reach out to him to ask him what that was about or who his source was. We didn't find out till a space with Candace Owens on X last week that was the case. And then the next day, according to Harrison, then they reach out to him. Just what? So these independent journalists are doing the job of our DOJ and our FBI and our state of Utah. So just very interesting. I don't know what'll happen if we actually uncover some other truths. It doesn't seem like I said, the government wants to actually prosecute what really happened. It seems like they are dead set on going after Tyler Robinson and proving their case against him. I don't know how successful that's going to be because there's so many holes. But again, I think the system is rigged. So regardless, they're probably going to get their way somehow or another, or he'll end up...
Fuck. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Why did it start the fuck over? I don't remember where it was.
23 a.m. local time in Phoenix, when she saw the number of her...
So much backlash for it. That talks all about Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and how they're evil and how they hate Jews and poor Jews. Imagine going to a church and all they talk about is the Jews and how we need to love the Jews and well, they're under attack and anti-Semitism is on the rise. Like, aren't we here to talk about Jesus and God? Like, I can see if it's like an angle about like, yeah, we need to love one another or something like that, but like, what? I've never gone to church and like the sermon was specifically about a specific group of people, and it was just like, yeah, these poor people, we need to love them, and you know, anybody that hates them is evil. Blah 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 blah. It's just strange to me, very strange. Like, pretty sure we go to church to talk about Jesus and God, not groups of people. But okay, yeah, do your thing. Then the whole sketchy thing with Rob McCoy at the memorial telling a completely sounded like bullshit story about what happened right after. So Rob McCoy is a pastor at Calvary. He claims to be Charlie's pastor. His son, Mikey McCoy, is the chief of staff at TQUSA. And he says, which we'll watch for in a second, in this speech, like, Mikey was so distraught and he called me right away to ask the pastors to pray for him. But then that appears to be not true, because in the New York Times they say that he called Erica right away. So who did he actually call? And he was, according to the video of what happened during the shooting, he was standing there the whole time already on the phone. And then when Charlie got shot, he just nonchalantly like covers his ears and turns around and walks away. Just nonchalantly. Not even like concerned. You would think like in most situations, you're at a mass shooting or a public place and somebody gets shot, a gun goes off, a loud bang, you'd be like, oh, running for the hills or ducking. But no, he's on the phone, he turns around and walks away. No big deal. Doesn't even check to see if Charlie's okay. Doesn't turn around, oh my God, what happened? Like, nothing. Did he call Mikey? Did he call Erica? I don't know, but he seemed to already be on the phone. So who was he on the phone with? Like, the stories just don't add up. If everything is how they say it is, then people's stories would match up, but they're not. And not only that, he, like, Pastor Rob says that, oh, he was covered in blood. Oh, he wasn't even near Charlie. He walked away. Really strange. Gotta say.
So it seems like somebody's lying. New footage has been circulating showing Turning Point's chief of staff, Mikey McCoy's odd reaction right after Charlie Kirk got shot. Right after Charlie Kirk got shot, Mikey McCoy can be seen plugging his ears and instantly turning around and walking away slowly. People are noticing that he's on a cell phone talking to somebody. And this is kind of odd because everybody else around there is running and ducking for cover. And so it begs the question, who was Mikey talking to on the cell phone? Mikey's father, Pastor Rob McCoy, claims that Mikey called him right after Charlie got shot. Take a listen.
I'm looking at my son who's 24 years old. Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff. And I'm watching, the minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck. Please call every pastor and pray. It's okay, son. He has wits about him. He's just directing. He had blood all over him. And
Pastor Rob McCoy also claims that Mikey is covered in blood. But that's odd because Mikey quickly turned and walked away without even looking underneath the tent to see if Charlie was okay. According to James Lee's investigation, Mikey McCoy called Erica Kirk, and this is per the New York Times. Check this out.
Who was he calling? Well, I did some digging, and according to the New York Times, it was one Erica Kirk. Quote, Miss Kirk was sitting in her mother's hospital room at 11:23 a.m. local time in Phoenix when she saw the number of her husband's longtime assistant, Michael McCoy, appear on her phone. In retrospect, she said she knew the words, "He's been shot," before Mr. McCoy screamed them. According to official records, Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 11:23 in Phoenix. So if the New York Times is being 100% accurate, the only person that Mikey could have been on the phone with is Erica.
So who was Mikey McCoy really talking to? And why did he just walk away so calmly right after his friend got shot?
So where does this all fit in with Lou Taylor? Lou Taylor is married to Rob Taylor, and he's the senior pastor of Calvary Chapel, Brentwood in Tennessee. The couple founded the church together after moving from California, where they started a Calvary Chapel chapter in the early 2000s. Lou served as the ladies ministry leader. So during Britney Spears' conservatorship, Jamie Spears, Britney's father and conservator, reportedly donated or tithed approximately conservatorship earnings, estimated around $600,000 from a $6 million share, to Calvary Chapel, Brentwood, located about 500 miles from his home. So this has raised questions about conflicts of interest, as Lou Taylor benefited professionally from the conservatorship while her husband's church received funds. Broader involvement was Taylor's religious beliefs, rooted in mainstream evangelical Christianity, influenced her business practices. She has been accused of attempting to integrate faith-based cures into client management, such as with Spears. The church operates the Lache Tulam orphanage in Haiti, which has also been highlighted in discussions of her philanthropy. Calvary Chapel Brentwood has connections to broader evangelical networks, including associations with Christian celebrities and organizations like Cook camps, which have faced abuse allegations. So there's been allegations of conservatorship exploitation. Multiple sources allege she has a pattern of pushing for conservatorships on celebrities such as Britney Spears, Kanye West, viewing them as tools for control and profit. She also has links to, controversial people like Harvey Weinstein, Diddy, and her involvement with Mercy Ministries and the Haiti orphanage has drawn criticism for alleged ties to conversion therapy, questionable practices. The main thing is, she tried, I guess, to take control of Britney's conservatorship, and there's been emails that have been brought out in court as evidence, and she's been avoiding deposition, but she tried to basically take a hold of the conservatorship. When that didn't work, then she tried to become a trustee of Britney's most valuable trust, which all of her money was in. Apparently, there's been accusations that she pulled money out of that, like at least $150,000 for her own lawsuits, for legal fees. There's a lot of weird stuff. So, and she's also involved with the Calvary Church, which also this Rob McCoy is a pastor at. So there's a lot of sketchy, things going on with this church that have to do with money. And as they say, the root of all evil is money. So just an interesting link there.
That's why I don't fucking like money. Money is
also
not my friend.
Tried to
I try to get rid of it as soon as I get it.
Successfully put Britney into one, and apparently took money from Britney as well while she was in a conservatorship. So the fact that Rob McCoy's son is chief of staff on KPUSA, and there was also allegations that Israel had offered like $150 million to KPUSA, which Charlie Kirk had refused. It begs the question of were people behind the scenes, could they have been involved because they wanted a piece of that money? So maybe there was some conspiracy to allow him to be taken out because then they could accept that money. I don't know. I don't want to make any claims, but it looks sketchy. It looks pretty sketchy.
Bieber, he's bringing up a lot. Should we be listening to Kanye really closely right now in those, not even cryptic tweets, just whatever he tweets?
I think everyone should be paying attention. The question is, why is nobody asking what they're planning to do? Because right now, if I hear another person say that he's not mentally well, I got a feeling he's going to be meeting somebody like Sabrina Morrissey, or Lou Taylor. That's what it sounds like.
But she's doing her job as a business manager. Until you begin to look deeper into the shadiness happening behind the scenes and the mismanaged funds. Lou Taylor, who is famous for being the bull behind Britney's conservatorship, is also known for trying to get other celebrities also. Lindsay Lohan, one of the biggest A-listers, being famous for so many iconic movies like Mean Girls and Parent Trap, has had her own troubles in the industry. Falling into the Hollywood trap of body dysmorphia, drugs, alcohol, and theft, she began losing her public perception. Lou, being her business manager at the time, came to the rescue, wiring Lindsay $10,000 to make bail. Although Lou seemed like a helping hand behind the scenes, she started making rounds, trying to get to know Lindsay's mother and the people around her, bringing her own team along to help influence the situation. Lindsay's father, on the other hand, knew something sketchy was up. He began seeing right through Lou's game. He made a statement that he only wants someone who's around Lindsay to help Lindsay as a person, not for money grabs, claiming Lou Taylor only knew Lindsay for 3 months before trying to entrap her finances.
Being clear so you all know this. When Lindsay was supposed to go into Morning Star Rehab, they started to reconstruct everything there for Lindsay to accommodate her. Sean Chapman Holly, Sean and Lou Taylor leaked that to the press because they wanted Lindsay to get out sooner and have her in UCLA so she wouldn't spend much time in the rehab. They're destroying my daughter's life.
He put a halt to it immediately, accusing Lou and Larry Rudolph for creating controversy in her life, and he would not allow them to do the same thing to his daughter like how they did to Brittany. Courtney Love, being one of the few people who spoke about Weinstein as early as 2005, has dealt with her own issues in Hollywood further. But she could have never imagined what she'd go through with Lou, as she almost dealt with the same fate under Lou. Courtney claims that Lou made an attempt to control Kurt Cobain's name and likeness in all of Nirvana's songs after his death. Lou allegedly wanted to sell all of his publishing, then placed Courtney in conservatorship, or worse, death. Courtney believes she was successful at blocking Lou's attempts because she ran for law, calling Lou and her team a pack of wolves. Seeing what Brittany has gone through, saying it's one of the worst fates ever done to a woman. She says she tried to help Brittany, but Courtney says she's been through a lot of interesting people, but they will never hold a candle to Lou's people. She tried to get lawyers for years to take on Brittany's situation, and they always concede out. Eventually, she gave up and wished her well. She ended up doing a video praying for Lou, claiming that Lou weaponizes scriptures to her benefit.
That's what fucking Christians do, the fake ones. They all fucking use scripture to, like, further their agenda, or they'll fucking, use Jesus as, like, a means to control people, and as a means to, subvert actual, critical thought from appearing in children. They want to keep people fucking dumb.
You accept the born again and quote scripture for your cornflakes. I know women like Lou Taylor that pervert scripture. And in any event, I want to do a prayer for Lou Taylor so that I can move on with my life.
And
I pray to you,
that's why I don't go to church anymore.
You, Lord, that this woman, Louise Taylor, who has perverted your word, who has laundered money from criminals through your churches, Christ, I pray to God that you forgive her, that we find mercy for her, that the rule of law in California and LA County is enforced. I pray to you, Lord, that you bring justice to her, and that she understands she must atone. And, or, God, I pray to you
Why does it do that?
She spilled
Over there.
on the business managers, the lawyers, the managers, the crooked judges, who have perverted your name, either silently or spoken in a conspiracy or just out of sadism, the antithesis of your love, God. And I pray for you to take this anger from me and all of us towards her and grant her mercy. And that there is justice for this human prisoner, Britney Spears, for the last 14 years of perversion of your sacred self. In Jesus' name, amen.
In emails allegedly written by Brittany in 2007, she writes of Lou Taylor saying, quote, "She keeps saying I'm possessed and that she needs to come and kill these spirits," unquote. It was even said on CNN that Brittany was only allowed to read Christian books.
Alison Camerata spoke to a promotional tour manager who worked with Brittany as the conservatorship was beginning. Here's a preview.
There were reports that on the circus tour, she couldn't read certain books. She couldn't have a cell phone. Is that true?
Yeah.
What books couldn't she read?
She could only read Christian books.
Says who?
Her father.
This is all because they kept diagnosing Britney with mental problems to make her appear inadequate to control her. Jamie Spears and the business management team he hired felt they could free Britney from the grips of her mental problems with religion. So she was constantly gaslit, according to her, to seem more crazier.
Your legal rights to due process and your right to counsel and all these rights that you have under the law kick in. But whenever you are brought, even if it's by police, even if it's under the threat of authority, even if it's under the threat of arrest, when you are brought by the police to the hospital, your legal rights do not kick in the same way. You can't say, I'm being held here against my will, I need a lawyer. And that is the mechanism of controlling celebrities. That is how they got Britney. They denied her a right to a lawyer. They denied her the right to due process. They denied all of her constitutional rights in order to railroad her into a conservatorship.
3 days later, after I said no to Vegas, my therapist sat me down in a room and said he had a million phone calls about how I was not cooperating in rehearsals and I haven't been taking my medication. All of this was false. He immediately the next day put me on lithium out of nowhere. He took me off my normal meds I'd been on for 5 years. And lithium is a very, very strong and completely different medication compared to what I was used to. You can go mentally impaired if you take too much, if you stay on it longer than 5 months. But he put me on that and I felt drunk. I really couldn't even take up for myself. I couldn't even have a conversation with my mom or dad really about anything. I told them I was scared and my doctor had me on 6 different nurses with this new medication. Come to my home, stay with me, to monitor me on this new medication, which I never wanted to be on to begin with.
You can't argue with the change by one life at a time, one change at a time.
So, needless to say, the eerie coincidences that both Rob McCoy and Lou Taylor are both from, and both lived in Thousand Oaks, California. It's kind of a smaller, affluent community in the area. Now, Lou Taylor doesn't live there anymore, but she apparently owned a house there at one point. So, it's probably likely that they knew each other. I don't know if they're directly tied, but they are tied through this Calvary Church somehow, this network of evangelical churches. You know, this Lou Taylor apparently is seen as a demon in some of these circles with celebrities, how she's tried to use these celebrities to gain control and money through conservatorships, trying to paint people as crazy. And then Rob McCoy, he's obviously a pastor of this Calvary Church in Thousand Oaks. And, you know, there's conspiracies that they have some sort of ties to, you know, CIA and intelligence and want to control Hollywood. They want to control, you know, conservative faith-based leaders, things like that. So I don't know. I mean, it's weird that there seems to be a going trend with this church that, you know, they're very pro-Israel, they're very controlling, very about their money, and the fact that Charlie was starting to turn his opinion negatively towards Israel, I don't know. It's just strange. And then he ends up dead within very short period of time after making that known that he was not going to be bullied by these pro-Israel donors. And it seems weird, right? Am I weird for thinking that? Like, there's definitely got to be some sort of link here. I don't know. But if your church is concerned only with money and only with talking about how you should worship Israel, you should probably find a new church. I'm just saying. It's all just very strange. So make sure if you are a Christian and you're going to churches that you are using your discernment. Because what's happened this past year with Charlie Kirk, it seems to have separated the wheat from the chaff. And then you have all these people infighting, like people that are trying to investigate Charlie Kirk's assassination. They're fighting with each other. They're all mad at Candace Owens for asking questions about Hachiko, and you know, they're demonizing her.
Oh my
she's
God.
evil, she's crazy, she's this. And it's like, if you really cared about Charlie and what actually happened to him, shouldn't you just allow everybody to take their own leads and do their own investigations? Why are we infighting? To me, it seems like a paid, targeted attack But I don't know. But it's just like it seems to be.
It sounds like you need to get fucking.
I'm Christian.
You need to get
anybody
Discord,
that
brother.
like doesn't agree with their narrative or the government narrative, you're evil. If you're anti-Israel, you're evil. You're a demon. Only God can judge me, bitch. First of all, so it's just strange, and I'm seeing it clearer and clearer each day that these people that pretend to be Christian and they're like demonizing everybody else. It's just wow. So make sure you guys are using your discernment. That's something that is derived from being close to the Holy Spirit. Is that you can kind of start to see things as they really are and people's intentions and things like that. So for me personally, I'm not believing the government narrative. I'm not believing the media narratives. Like, I am using my own discernment to go down certain paths. And, you know, if people disagree, that's fine. Agree to disagree. Like, I just feel like anybody that wants to know what really happened, you should be able to do your own investigating. And that's what's happening. But some people are getting pissed off about it and demonizing other people. And it just sucks. And it's clear to me that the wheat and the chaff are being exposed. So do your best to use your discernment. Do your best to do your own research. I'm going to keep delivering what I find. But it seems to me that there's some funny business going on. I don't know who's involved, what. I have my suspicions on a lot of different organizations. But until we really pin evidence, then we can't really, we can't really shoot out theories and claims. So, and I don't know even what will happen if we do get evidence. Will the government prosecute? Probably not. They're doing everything in their power to avoid looking into other leads. They want Tyler Robinson to be the bad guy. And they didn't even get Charlie's phone when Harrison Smith had posted that super viral tweet about how someone close to Charlie had mentioned that Charlie was scared that Israel was going to kill him. The FBI never thought to reach out to him to ask him what that was about or who his source was. We didn't find out till a space with Candace Owens on X last week that was the case. And then the next day, according to Harrison, then they reached out to him. Just what?
Oh my god,
so,
this fucking phone keeps
these
moving.
Independent journalists are doing the job of our DOJ and our FBI and our, the state of Utah. So just very interesting. I don't know what'll happen if we actually uncover some other truths. It doesn't seem like I said, the government wants to actually prosecute what really happened. It seems like they are dead set on going after Tyler Robinson and proving their case against him. I don't know how successful that's going to be because there's so many holes. But again, I think the system is rigged. So regardless, they're probably going to get their way somehow or another, or he'll end up hitting himself. I don't know. But it's just scary stuff. Scary stuff. This can happen to anybody, but it more so public figures.
It was probably awful
shit. Public figure watching. Be careful. Be careful. Anyways, until next time, guys.
Yeah, man, that whole fucking Tyler Robinson bullshit. Fucking Erica Kirk killed that boy. She killed her husband. She definitely fucking killed her husband. She's definitely in it, on it, all around it.
What's up, Vetters? Patrick here with Vetted. Today I have a very special video. This is a project I've been working on for months, and it's about the Nazca mummies.
I hate that. Why?
Do you know Hobby Lobby has hundreds of incredible products on sale every single week? Just check out.
It really helps out the videos, and of course, if you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's jump into this. The Nazca mummies have been a hot topic of debate, with Joe Rogan being one of the most prominent voices to support it.
Whatever that is, there's not a chance in fucking hell that people back then had the ability to fake that.
But some aren't so sure of their provenance.
What do you make of the tridactyl mummies?
Hell yeah,
in
dude.
Peru?
Right, so I've always been outwardly critical of them.
And others have been supporting it.
the Nazca mummies, I mean, what's interesting about it is that obviously you're going to have a big knee-jerk reaction to something that's so incredibly profound as the idea of these being non-human intelligences that are mummified. But when you actually look at the CT scans and the X-rays, you start to realize that this can't be faked. You can't fake bone cartilage. You can't fake capillaries and heart valves and a fetus inside the body. So
it's so nuts.
Dude, it's crazy. Some of them have eggs inside them. Some of them have fetuses.
And some are outright convinced it's the real deal.
And Jesse Michaels actually
It
went
is the
down
real deal.
to
There's no
Peru
way that they're
and
not the
actually
real deal,
saw
bro.
those
They're
things and handled them in person.
aliens are
in
real.
person. And he said it was fucking surreal. He said
Fucking-
they are real creatures. Whatever they were, it is a real thing.
Well, I don't have you
And
on
they look
anything except for
exactly
PlayStation. So
like an alien.
I don't.
But in this
I don't know how to get
video,
a
I'm
hold
going
of
to
you.
be covering an aspect of the Nazca mummies no one is talking about. Something that,
Hold on,
if
I'll just
true, would
fucking
change
do
the
this.
conversation around the Nazca discovery, and more importantly, humanity, forever. I've spent months doing interviews with people directly connected to the Nazca mummies. Journalist Joyce Mantilla, Dr. Jose Benitez, Dr. Roger Zuniga, and one of the most important voices about the Nazca mummies you've never heard of. His name is Gonzalo Chavez, in what is his very first interview ever. And what he had to say is at the center of what my video is about today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You have a good day, bro.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Bye,
Have a good day. Bye.
What the fuck? Holy shit. And like I said, no one, and I mean no one, is covering the revelation about the Nazca mummies that I'm going to cover in today's video. But in order to tell you this story the right way, I need to give you a little background first. In 2017, a series of small desiccated bodies surfaced from the Nazca region of southern Peru, an area already famous for its ancient geoglyphs. These specimens, covered in a white powdery coating, displayed elongated skulls, large eye sockets, and hands and feet with 3 long digits. The individuals who presented them named several of the figures, Maria, Josefina, Montserrat, and others, and described them as dating between 1,500 and 2,000 years old. Initial CT scans and X-rays appeared to show continuous bone structure, unusual metal implants in some cases, and in one instance, what were described as embryos or eggs. Promoters of the finds, including Mexican journalist Jaime Maussan and the media platform Gaia, arranged for analyses in laboratories in Mexico, Russia, and Canada. Reports from those studies suggested that a significant portion of the DNA recovered did not match known terrestrial species, and some researchers argued that the anatomy would be difficult to fabricate convincingly. At the same time, Peruvian authorities, forensic archaeologists from the National University of Ica, and the Ministry of Culture conducted their own examinations. Their published conclusions state that most specimens are composite constructions. The 3-fingered extremities are assembled from human, llama, dog, and bird bones held together with modern synthetic glues. The outer layer consists of animal hide or gelatin-based paste coated with diatomaceous earth. And the skulls are authentic pre-Columbian human crania that originally exhibit culturally induced deformation. Carbon-14 results ranging from the 3rd to 5th centuries AD confirm the age of the original bones, but not the age of the final assemblies.
Peruvian scientists have confirmed supposed alien mummies are in fact dolls made from bones. The dolls were originally seized in the capital Lima in October last year. Scientists say there is no truth to the theory aliens helped build ancient Incan landmarks like Machu Picchu, calling the ideas fairy tales.
The case has remained divisive, and this is just a word of skeptics as well, right? Supporters continue to present new specimen and testimony, most recently in sessions of the Mexican Congress in 2023 and 2024, maintaining that at least some of the bodies are biologically genuine and warrant further open scientific study.
Creo que hay una demostración clara de que nos encontramos ante ejemplares no humanos que no tienen relación con ninguna otra especie en nuestro mundo.
Critics, including the majority of academic archaeologists and the Peruvian state, classify the modified mummies as recent creations made from looted ancestral remains, a practice that violates national heritage laws, if true, of course.
Nos quedamos con reflexiones, con inquietudes y con la ruta de seguir platicando sobre esto.
As of late 2025, no consensus exists within the broader scientific community that any of the Nazca tridactyl specimens represent a previously unknown species or non-human intelligence. Investigations continue on both sides, and the debate serves as a vivid example of the challenges that arise when extraordinary claims meet the rigorous and often slow process of scientific verification.
Scientists in Mexico pulling back the curtain on what they believe are aliens and put two of those corpses on display. Take a look. These small mummified specimens were unveiled at Mexico's first ever UFO hearing yesterday. Yeah, it looks like E.T. You're right. The alleged alien corpses were found in Peru. They're believed to be 700 to 1,800 years old. They only had 3 fingers and elongated heads. X-rays of the aliens were also shown, and experts say one of the bodies has eggs inside of it. Maybe we could have alien babies.
A lot going on in Peru.
Yeah.
Right. So, is this real? Do people believe this? I don't know.
So Leslie Lopez says, we want DNA samples.
Yeah. And we're eventually going to find out that aliens look nothing like we think they look. It look nothing like E.T. It looks like a stone carving. It really does. What is that? I don't know.
The DNA analysis of the mummies have been a focal point of controversy. Promoters, including journalist Jaime Maussan and researchers from the San Luis Gonzaga National University of Ica, claim the genetic data points to non-human or hybrid origins. Skeptics, including Peruvian forensic experts and independent geneticists, argue the results reflect degraded, contaminated, or manipulated samples from terrestrial sources, consistent with the mummies being modern fabrications from human and animal remains. One interesting example from an analysis done in 2017 by the Lakehead University Paleo DNA Lab concluded that analyzing bone and tissue from early specimens, the lab found 100% human DNA. In fact, they were surprised when Maussan cited their work in 2023 congressional hearings, as the results contradicted alien or non-human claims. The lab noted the sample's ancient degradation and no extraterrestrial or non-human
fucking can't
signals.
stand dumb
And they went
fucking
on to say,
retards,
to
bro.
conduct the analysis, the Paleo DNA Lab was given a bone fragment and brain matter that Frappiero said looked like chunky dirt. In addition, they were sent a photo of a body and a photo of 2 elongated skulls
I'm
with
doing
enormous
it
eye
now. I had to
sockets,
fucking
but not the actual body.
comment on this
skulls.
stupid ass
In this
fucking
examination,
retard's
the
post
Paleo
that
DNA
fucking
Lab
thinks that he
discovered
knows
something
everything because he
significant.
sits in his fucking
Both
room.
samples were very damaged and may
Bitch,
have been
I fucking
contaminated
actually
with
do
modern
research,
DNA.
and I fucking actually
Probably
use the
while they were
internet
being
for good.
excavated, stored,
I don't use the
or
internet
shipped.
to fucking further
Alien
my
samples
agenda
can definitely contaminate them,
and fucking
Frappiero
spew
says.
dumb
When we
bullshit
get bone
to fucking
samples, we
people
try
that
to
don't
remove
even fucking
surface
care.
contamination.
I spew
However,
real
we can't always do this
bullshit,
completely,
true
and we can't
bullshit,
decontaminate
and people
brain
can't
cells.
fucking handle it. Because
There
you're
is a
all
second
fucking too
possible
pussy
reason
and
for the
bitch
contaminated
to fucking
DNA.
stand up for
Samples could have
yourselves.
been a hoax, Frappiero
Anybody that
says.
fucking
In fact,
believes a
Maussan and his
politician
followers have previously
is
been
a
accused
fool.
of combining human and
Anybody
animal
that
bones to
believes
construct
that a
creatures they claim
politician
are
has their
alien or
best interests at
supernatural,
heart
such as the
is a fool. You're a fucking retard. You need fucking help. You need a fucking lobotomy. You need fucking sent to a home. You need fucking some lithium or some fucking something. You need fucking something for your broke ass brain. If you think any politician is fucking for you. Not a single politician is for you. They are for themselves and for that AIPAC money. And the fact that he can even go on there and say, oh, that's all fake. I'm like, how is it fake when it's on fucking camera, retard? Dumb fuck. It's all on fucking camera. Charlie Kirk's own team killed him. Trump killed him. J.D. Vance killed him. Erica Kirk killed him. Everybody on the left killed him. The state of the fucking internet is abysmal right now. Dumb fucks with shitty fucking opinions run this shit. I don't understand it. You fucking retards need to get your heads out of your asses and shut the fuck up. Because you're not going to do anything to these fucking politicians. You're all too bitch. You're all too pussy. You're too fucking stuck in your room. You'd never touch grass. You never go outside. All you do is work out in your room and smoke weed. Nobody fucking cares, bro. Nobody fucking cares. Everything I post is based on research I've done for hours, days even. Like, how are you gonna fucking shit on me being a leftist, and you're gonna come and shit on me for talking shit about the fucking shit going on? Like, you're doing the same fucking thing, just opposite. Because you're a shiller too. You just don't go on camera because you're too fucking old and fucking crotchety. Maybe if somebody actually gave a fuck about your fucking opinion, you'd be a lot happier. But since nobody comments but me, and I call you out on your bullshit, then it just shows that you're a fucking pussy, bro. You won't actually stand for anything you say you believe in. You won't stand up and scream it in these dumb fucking politicians' faces. You won't go and fucking try to fight people. You're fucking pussy. You're pussy just like the rest of them. You're a bitch. You're too pussy to take on your own government. Yet, here I am, talking shit about the government any chance I can get. Because the government isn't for us anymore. It hasn't been for us since the fucking 40s. Honestly, it hasn't been for us since, like, when we first fucking started. Everybody that came after the founding fathers were fucking Israel dick lickers. They're too interested in money and power to fucking take care of their own people. Once you motherfuckers understand that and realize that you're not going to fucking get any kind of life out of sucking Israel dick. You're going to get their money, but they're going to own you. They're going to fucking own you. And it's going to be funny as fuck when it all comes out. And fucking Bibi Netanyahu's in fucking prison. Go suck some more Israel dick after that. 141 countries can't be fucking wrong, bro. They can't. They just can't. It doesn't work like that. Anti-Semitism doesn't exist. It's fake. It's a word made up by white people to facilitate sympathy. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Anti-Semitism doesn't exist. It's not real. It can't hurt you. You can't be racist against a religion. You can't be racist to white people. That's what everyone else says. The only ethnically Jewish people are the Palestinians, and anyone that says otherwise is a fool, a retard, and an idiot. Anybody that takes AIPAC money is not your friend. They're your enemy, and you should fucking treat them as such. You should treat anyone in the government as enemy. That's just how it is. They're not for us anymore. They never have been. And you're all too fucking stupid to see it. You're willfully ignorant. You like the fucking life you have because everyone caters to your fucking emotions. Dumb fucks following the steps of more dumb fucks only create more dumb fucks. And the fact that I'm the racist, the funny thing is that I'm being called the racist when I don't hate anybody because of their race. I hate people for their ideas. And if you have stupid fucking ideas, I don't fucking want you in society. If all you're worried about is getting the bottom dollar and fucking over your neighbor to get ahead, you don't need to be in society. You don't need to be anywhere around fucking people. You need to be on an island by yourself. Fucking getting chased by fucking lions or something. Or fucking leopards or whatever's on the islands. Either way, we're talking about aliens now.
Demon Fairy they brought to the public's attention in 2016. After the Paleo DNA Lab submitted their results to their client in 2017, they heard nothing about the Nazca case until it went public at the UAP meeting in 2023. Something exciting, though, could be a collaboration with Colossal Biosciences, the firm behind de-extinction efforts like the woolly mammoth, for full genome sequencing of select mummies. So, if new credible footage emerges from ongoing Colossal Biosciences sequencing, it could shift things. But as of now, nothing has happened. Ben Lamb, the founder of Colossal, said this on November 5th. To be clear, given Colossal computational analysis capabilities and ancient DNA extraction protocols, we would be happy to do sampling and analysis, but only if the Peruvian government approved and wanted us to do so. We are currently...
Hang on, everybody. I've got to pause my fucking stream. Back on. And then Discord. Are they gonna fucking refund it? They didn't even give me my fucking pot pie. Do I have to do it through the fucking DoorDash app? DoorDash credits. The fuck is DoorDash credits? No, I don't want it to go to fucking Cash App. No, 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 no. I want it to go to PayPal. Fucking Cash App will take all of it. Fuck, how do I change that? What the fuck? Settings. Payment methods. Jesus Christ. Okay. card number. Oh, got that. What the fuck? Account info. No, I want the card number, god dang it. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh, fucking god. Copy. Three. 3. Good deal. Now I can fix it. Hopefully. Jesus fucking Christ. Come on now. Orders. KFC. Fuck. I needed fucking help, bro. What the fuck? Help. Issue. That. They ran out of pot pies. Fucking. Come on now. Refund. Not Cash App. The fuck? God damn, dude. I fixed it. Like, what the fuck? Whatever, dude. What fucking ever, dude. Yep. Neutral. Couldn't change what card got the fucking money. You stupid fucking retards. Oh my god. Yeah, they forgot my fucking pot pie. Switched it to a Famous bowl, which isn't even close to a pot pie. A fucking Famous bowl is like $4 less than a fucking pot pie. They should have gave me 2 fucking pot. Yeah, the Famous bowl is like $3 or $4 less than the pot pie. They should have gave me 2 fucking Famous bowls. Because I was gonna have that pot pie with someone else. And they didn't even give me the fucking biscuits. Like, what the fuck? The fucking biscuits weren't even in there. And that's like the one thing I wanted the most. Missing completely. Missing completely. No, it fucking wasn't. Bro. Bro, I swear to God, if that motherfucker ate my fucking biscuits, I'm gonna fucking freak out. No biscuits. Spent like fucking $60 on that shit, and I didn't get no fucking biscuits. The fuck? The fuck is this bullshit, dude? Stupid, dude. What's up, boats and hoes? I just saw your shit. Sorry about that. Come back. Or don't. Sorry, I'm using my phone. I don't have a chat up all the time.
You lost all that weight. You don't come for no pizza no more.
We are currently not working on it, but are happy to help if asked. And here's Ben Lambert.
I don't know if you know. I heard of him. Yeah. So he's an awesome guy, super smart entrepreneur, tech guy. He's got a YouTube and a podcast now, and he's working on these tridactyls. Have you gone? Peruvian mummies? No. Have you gone down this rabbit hole? Interesting, no. You got to go down this rabbit hole.
Peruvian mummies. The mummies actually existed back then.
Yeah. So there are these mummified bodies, right? That I think it's like tridactyls.org or something. You can find it. It's very easy to find. And so like Jesse called me, right, and said, hey, have you seen this pterodactyl thing? And it's basically, there are these humanoid figures that have been found in Peru, and there's a little bit of controversy and craziness around it, but there are these humanoid figures that have, like, 3 fingers versus versus like having what we have.
Yeah.
They're shorter. I mean, they look straight out of something out of like Close Encounters of that's exactly what they look like, right? And so it's crazy. So there's all kinds of like conspiracies around it and whatnot, which is interesting. But Jesse called me. He's like, man, I've done a lot of research on this. I spent a lot of time and a lot of money. We've done MRI studies. We've done all this stuff. It's like, and this is Jesse speaking. He's like, I believe they're real. And I was like, well, yeah, like Jesse's a smart dude, right? And like I know him pretty well. And so I was like, well, look, it's ancient DNA because they think they're about 10,000 years old if they're real, right? I don't know if they're real. I can't claim that because I don't see the data. And I said, well, look, if you can get the right permits to export them to us, we'll totally like sequence them, right? And so this goes back to that pop culture thing. It's like some people would be like, oh no, that's controversial, or that sounds like aliens and weird. Like that, like you're a science company. Why would you do that? But I just believe that we don't know everything, right? And we learn new stuff every single day. And so I told Jesse, I was like, look, we have an ancient DNA lab. We arguably have the #1 computational biology lab in the entire world. And so if you can get us the samples and bring them in the right way, because that's another issue with samples, right? You need to go through the right chain of custody. You got to make sure that you have government support on both sides. Right. And if you can get that government support from the Peruvian government, because there's been some controversy around this, where they don't, not everyone that's taking samples out of Peru have that permission. So as long as we have permission from the government, people want us to do it, sure, I'll go run it on our state. We have the top ancient DNA, because, one situation is it's something crazy. Another situation is it's fake. Another situation is it's some weird mutation around a population of humans. But no matter what, that's still interesting, and it's minimal work for us to do. So I'm a big believer in just looking at all that. Like, we get all kinds of crazy stuff. We, and I shouldn't say crazy, but I mean, I'd probably say weekly we get like Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Yeti emails. It's like, I've got this sample. Can you sample it? Yeah. We can't sample all of it, but it's something like Jesse calls us
credible.
Yeah, it's a credible source, and like we either know them or it's had some level of scientific rigor we do it. So that's probably like a fraction of 1% of what we do. But that kind of goes back to just like we're pretty open-minded at Colossal. We try to, and we take a different approach to all the sciences.
Respect, honestly.
But this is a big but. The most interesting thing I found out about these mummies is that they're still alive. That's right, you heard me right. They're still alive. There are mummies running around right now alive. Tridactyls alive.
What are you fucking talking about, bro? Creepy shit. Quit.
Bien Vaqueros, tomb robbers, like
TikTok.
Leandro Rivera, who reportedly told researchers he glimpsed moving figures during digs. Similar anecdotes appear in Gaia TV specials and Jaime Maussan's presentations, where witnesses describe pale, three-fingered beings fleeing lights in caverns, sometimes linked to UFO activity. And even Gonzalo Chavez, the man who helped me get the interviews I'm going to be showing you part of today, he said they're still alive. He confirmed it.
Everyone's focused on different parts of this, of these mummies, these tridactyls. But I want to focus on something different that I find the most interesting about all of this is just the stories that, some of these beings are still alive.
More likely, we're still dealing with live organisms.
So I interviewed Dr. Jose Salce Benitez, featured here in Jesse Michaels' documentary, to ask him about the live beings. The response was interesting. After missing a few interviews and keeping me waiting about 30 minutes for this one, he finally showed up, and I got to ask him, are these beings still alive? Because in my mind, if there are live tridactyl beings, bring one of those out and end the charade right here and now. And let's put an end to this and prove it. Once and for all, that would be a mic drop moment.
Algo muy interesante que yo he escuchado de esto es que todavía están vivos algunos y que la gente los ha visto vivos. ¿Eso es verdad?
No sabría decírtelo,
Por lo menos yo no tengo registro de esto y en los estudios y en los análisis que hemos hecho, pues no hemos encontrado ninguna especie.
Still being alive, which sounds like he's distancing himself from it. Because how would he not know? He is heavily involved in this. So why the discrepancy? Who's telling the truth? Just another layer of mystery to fog up the window of truth. I already released my interview with Dr. Roger Zuniga Aviles, where he claimed a lot more about the mummies that will be released in the future. Beings with wings, beings with a sharp fin-like piece on their head, even a giant being. Well, only the skull. And the most shocking is a being resembling the creature from the movie Alien. That's right, a sharp-toothed, tail-wagging, elongated, skull-looking motherfucker. And honestly, that time has come. Here's some examples. The big head, that's out now. And these beings with the long tails and the elongated skulls and the fangs and, you know, all of that. They've released some images already. And coincidentally, the guy that brought forward the big head is the same guy who discovered the mummies to begin with, and the same guy who claimed to have seen some of them alive. And it turns out that big head is manufactured.
Yeah, obviously.
He sent us several photos and videos of a huge humanoid head that he claims is authentic. He has been telling us about it for months. In the images we received, we can see a huge skull covered in diatomaceous earth. It measures 55 centimeters in height and 1.60 meters in circumference. But is it a real skull? Mario says it is. However, this curious relic gives me a strange feeling. It looks more like a mask than a mummified head. I asked Jose to discreetly investigate Mario and ask him to wait. If we can recover this head, and if it is authentic, it will undoubtedly be of great cultural and historical interest.
My interview with Hoyce Mentilla was good, but it was all about stuff you've seen in other interviews, except this part, where he talks about Colossal and their involvement. Of course, we now know that that hasn't happened yet, and probably won't be happening anytime soon. Hopefully I'm wrong.
No sé si has escuchado del laboratorio genético Colossal.
Ah, sí, Colossal Bioscience o algo, ¿no?
Colossal Bioscience.
No,
exacto.
Eso, sí, sí.
Colossal Bioscience, que ha traído a la vida un lobito que estaba extinto hace más de 10.000 años. Colossal Bioscience tiene una...
They got a direwolf? What the
Colossal
fuck?
tiene una planilla, un grupo de científicos del más alto nivel y están interesados en el ADN de los seres tridáctilos. Obviamente, si ellos están optando por este interés, es porque han tenido ya acceso a cierta información que les da las pistas de que estamos tras algo muy interesante y único. Ellos no van a lanzarse a una piscina que no tiene agua.
Sí, sí, no, estoy de acuerdo.
Ya entramos en contacto y vamos a ver qué fluye.
A ver si van a intentar no sé, hacer lo mismo hacer lo mismo como el direwolf, ¿no? O sea,
sería alucinante.
So, are these beings real? Well, remember when Jesse Michaels mentioned Michael Mazzola, one of the people behind the documentary about the Nazca mummies? This is not a hoax.
Catastrophic disclosure is happening in Latin America.
Thanks to our amazing friend, Michael Mazzola, who's coming out with an epic documentary on the mummies later this summer. That documentary is going to be called This Is Not a Hoax.
Well, the documentary hasn't been released yet, and I think I figured out why. Michael's film follows Josh McDowell and his father, and after reviewing some things Josh McDowell has said recently, I don't think the McDowells are convinced one way or another that this isn't a hoax, which would render the title of their film, This Is Not a Hoax, hard to release, right?
There were some people in Peru that were claiming that these bodies were fakes. Did you find that they were fakes?
Not at this point. They're real.
Fucking God, bro. Why can't I just...
Examine them. Our examinations are somewhat limited by the positions that the bodies have come into through the mummification process. And also, as you know, they're coated with diatomaceous earth, which makes it difficult to directly visualize the anatomic structures.
These bodies, unfortunately, were not found by the so-called classical archaeology, and that has created this problem for so many.
I think that's true. It would have been ideal if they'd been seen initially and identified for what they are, archaeologic artifacts, to get well-respected, knowledgeable, competent archaeologists to come in and collect.
Says there's two people on fucking Kick or Twitch, but they ain't fucking saying nothing.
Damaged, and then, as you've mentioned, keep them in a storage facility where degradation is not likely to occur.
And we don't have a location, and so the archaeologists haven't been able to go and research and do digs to look for other things. Is there ceramics? Is there tools? Is there some form of writing? Is there something of that nature that we could look at to learn more about these bodies? And that site doesn't exist. I don't think we'll ever find it.
But that's too bad, because it seems like that's a central, it would be a key element of unraveling this mystery. And not only that, but because there is no site to examine, it also opens the door for skeptics to claim that this is a hoax. I've heard that, these might have been made during modern times, that they're not actually ancient. What do you think about that?
Well, we have to keep an open mind. We know that there are some, let's call them bodies. I think bodies is a liberal use of the word, but I'm going to say bodies here. There are some bodies that have been made or just put together.
At the end of the day, look, make up your own mind. I want to give a special shout out to Gonzalo Chavez for helping me set up these interviews. Honestly, I couldn't have got those interviews without him, so big props to him. And make sure to follow his account for updates on the mummies. I'm going to put a link down below in the description to website and everything so you can stay up to date on this.
Everyone's focused on different parts of this, of these mummies, these tridactyls. But I want to focus on something different that I find the most interesting about all of this is just the stories that, some of these beings are still alive. Right? That's what I'm most interested in. So, what do you know about that?
Once I got to get to know the professors like Dr. Zuniga, and then getting to talk to people who work with the Encardi Institute, they would basically Encardi Institute. People from Encardi were telling stories that they've had. So one of the instances, they felt like they had some sort of communication, they were driving to a discovery site, and all of a sudden the phone was going weird, and to them that was an indicator that they were being surveilled, And so I've heard instances of music. They've heard music coming from discovery sites or near where the supposed discovery site is at, and it's supposed to be in the middle of nowhere. So that's when I was well, this is more than likely we're still dealing with live organisms. And then if you read Thierry Jarmin's book that he released about the discovery, he spoke about the grave robbers and people he got to know that actually know the real discovery site, talking about seeing life beings still walking. What you hear though is it's cave systems, or they're finding them in caves. From what I understand, it's actually tunnel systems in the Nazca Pajman-Ica region. And so that's where it sounds like there may be underground tunnel systems that lead to an undiscovered underground city, which if you listen to our ancestors, they talk about that, there's underground cities. So yeah, that's how basically I started learning about live beings.
When we say the live being, which ones? The three-fingered, taller beings? like Montserrat and Maria and all this, like those type of beings?
Yeah, so the most common ones that they seem to have been getting reports are the 60 centimeter tridactyls, which are like the most controversial ones, and then the human-like tridactyls, which are like Maria, Montserrat, Santiago, and those. There's like this guy who is like a engineer and paleontologist. His name is Klaus. He was basically taking people to the desert to like get it protected as like a heritage for UNESCO. He said that when they went there at night, him and a team of archaeologists were just like discussing their past, and all of a sudden a UFO like basically hovered over them, and it landed, and creatures that, which he said like looked like Maria, came out of it, and basically like told them, we thank you for trying to protect our, like where we live. We've lived here for thousands of years. And he said this was in 2014, so it was like 3 years before the Maria specimen was discovered. So when that specimen was discovered, he was like, that looks exactly what I saw visiting me when I was trying to protect this desert, because they were trying to apparently make the desert into like a racing area.
Is he the one that was doing like a presentation with a big projector screen behind
Thanks,
him?
man. Yeah, I try to fucking make it.
Is he a self-known paleontologist?
Something.
Yeah,
We need some fucking kind of actual real information coming out.
Doing paleontology.
We told them that they had elongated heads, very similar to even Maria. Before Maria existed, before Maria was published. But what caught our attention the most at that moment when we were observing it was that from both sides, some sort of luminous balls began to emerge. We counted 14 in total, and they started to leave in different directions at very high speeds.
Oh no, I fucking downloaded that fucking
Then I realized that they were two beings. They were obviously not human because they had a long head. That is, it was a round head that ended a little in a point. They were thin with very long arms that reached almost to the knee. I estimate that they were around 2.20 to 230 meters tall. I do not come from the ufological or extraterrestrial world. I dedicate myself to my hobby, which is paleontology. And I have tried to see the shape of the heads they had. And they were very similar to the heads we see in Paracas. It was a head elongated backwards, very large eyes, big eyes. The neck was also elongated. They were very big too.
There we go.
2m20, 2m30, I calculate. Long, very thin arms. And it looked, as I said, very much like the head that is here on the right side. It was like they were completely
All I needed
white.
was a little bit of
If
light.
they had any suits, I don't know. Good. In those telepathic communications, there were many messages. First of all, don't be afraid, we are brothers. The first thing that was told to me was, we know who you are and what you do. Well, when I ask them where they come from, they tell me that we lived here thousands of years ago.
And then when it comes to the 60 centimeter tridactyls, what I hear is that they tend to come out at night, that they come out from like the underground. And when it comes to like human-like tridactyls, I hear basically the same thing, but they also talk about coming out of water sources. So it's basically like the same thing we hear in the US, or just like they're transmedium, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So we're talking the biggest, tridactyls, and then the really small ones. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we're talking about the ones that were shown in the Mexican Congress that people say are wrong.
Yeah. Oh, got it. Okay. So some of those are the ones that were shown in September 2023 at the congressional hearing in Mexico City are the ones that are coming out at night, you're saying?
Yeah.
Got
Same thing with human-like tridactyls.
Which
Is
one?
that
Say that
these
again. I'm
beings
sorry.
are, like the ones like Maria, Montserrat, Santiago.
Got it.
Sebastian. Yeah, those are apparently big. Well, from what I understand, these creatures come out at night.
This is shocking, dude. This is like so crazy. So when you were talking earlier about they're hearing music and stuff. Are you saying that those are the grave robbers playing music, or the tridactyls playing music?
Yeah, so I understood it as the tridactyls. So they're like going inside these tunnel systems, and that they have their own type of like.
That would be fucking insane. I
Oh
want
my
to go to
God.
fucking
So they got
Peru.
like a little band.
You read a
I would love to go to
called
fucking
The
Peru.
Mensa- The
I
Nazca by
want to
David
find
Pascal.
this shit out
So
so bad,
basically,
dude. I
traveled
want to figure it all
across,
out.
South America, talking to like, because his idea was like, look, if these specimens are real, people who are like, living ancestors of Nazca people, all these tribes that supposedly coexisted with these beings, people have oral stories about them. So basically, he started doing that, and we ended up learning is that these specimens are said to be here, like basically forever. From what he learned is that there was a time, like it gets wild. Okay, so this is basically his research. There was a time before the moon, and then the moon arrived one day. All of a sudden, there was like a global catastrophe, floods and stuff, destruction, and these beings came and they like started teaching people, after the disaster. Some of them want to go live in the ocean, some of them want to go live underground, and some of them want to go live in the moon. So, and he basically the oldest writing that he could find that was written was by the Spanish. It was a manuscript where this man describes being inside his house. He was like some sort of priest, and then all of a sudden there was he said the sun came out in the middle of the night, and he went outside of his house and he saw these beings, the tridactyls, the human-like tridactyls, and he got scared, went inside his house, tried protecting himself, and they just left. But he wrote it into a manuscript about this incident, and according to David, it seems like this manuscript he wrote it in third person rather than trying to say it was himself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then, anyways, so he continued on this journey. He found there's some manuscripts that talk about a Incan king who had a meeting with Viracocha. Maybe understood Viracocha is described to be basically the 60 centimeter tridactyl, the controversial ones.
Yeah.
And that this being came out of the ocean. It landed right in front of him and had a meeting with this king. And this king was shocked. And he couldn't sleep for days, so he asked his people to make a statue of this being. And that this statue was made out of pure gold. It was on a bench that was also made out of pure gold. And then when the Spanish came, they saw this statue and bench, and he took it with them. So what was logged was the weight of gold in
Hello everybody on YouTube. I see that you're going fucking
So
insane.
there's logs of the Spanish finding evidence of these beings when they were doing their conquest of the area.
Wow.
The fuck
Yes,
is this guy
so they've been
on?
here for hundreds of thousands of years.
So it's not that they branched off from humans; it's that they're their own original race.
Yes, that's how I see it. I know that the researchers discuss Jaime's team that I talk to the most will talk about hybrids. Same thing with the Gotti Institute, they'll talk about hybrids.
Yeah.
I personally don't think they're hybrids. I personally think we're just dealing with a different species that evolved parallel to humans, and they've just always been here. And according to these oral stories, the moon is an artificial structure that these beings make, and that when they need to reset the world because I guess we were being bad, they just move it, and then it causes catastrophes for us.
Okay, so they created the moon, and then
that's according to their oral legends. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, according to their legend, they created the moon. It's an artificial structure, and they can control the moon essentially to, like you said, reset Earth. And you said some of them live on the moon, at least according to their.
Yeah, according to their lore, there's there was a war between two brothers of these beings. The winner went to go live on the moon, and then the loser decided to go live in the ocean and underground.
how are UFOs involved?
Yeah, so it's always like that's been the part that honestly has been the most surprising to me, because a lot of people who like claim to see these beings also describe like ships. So mostly, I've never heard anybody say like, "Oh, it looked like a Tic Tac." I just hear like, "Oh, it looked like a disc." Like they don't talk about other shapes outside of like a flying saucer.
Got it.
Or orbs. Those are like the two things that I hear the most coming from like associated with these beings. But I haven't heard like, "Oh, it was a Tic Tac," you know?
Yeah. So orbs and flying saucers. Or flying discs.
Yeah.
I hate you fucking bots, bro. Go fucking die, dude.
Yeah. Like actual doctors, and they'll send me like, "Oh, I discovered this. Did the researchers know about this?" And I'll ask, and sometimes they haven't. It's like I'm just like I became like the middleman, so I'm like getting so much data. If that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah. You're like, one of those trade cities back in the day that everything went through. So the idea is that they're still alive, living in these, underground tunnel cave systems in Peru. Like, how many? Are we talking like, is it still like a whole full-blown working civilization? Or are we talking it's a small group that survived?
I wonder what that'll do.
I understand it as a full-blown civilization.
Unidentified submerged objects, right? Do you think some of these, USO sightings are from maybe these beings, these tridactyls?
That's what I believe personally.
I'm fascinated by this aspect to it, just because everyone else is focused on every other part of the tridactyls. This is an interesting angle for me, because I just think, well, if they're alive, let's get a live being. Let's capture one and bring it out, and that will prove all the other ones that you have that are not alive anymore, right? That have been preserved.
Ears and an eyeball, bro. What the
even if they're not
fuck?
connected to Jaime Maussan, just anybody. Is there any effort to go try to?
We're gonna do this.
Maybe capture isn't the right word, but like Jurassic Park style, like go get some of these beings and bring them to the world.
Who I think would probably be the most successful in doing that end up being the Antati Institute, just because, in my opinion, they're way more ahead of like the efforts of Jaime and them, just because they are actually doing boots on the ground research.
Yeah.
So if anybody actually ends up finding a live one or reporting a live one, it's more than likely going to be them.
Again, just thank you for your time, man, and talking to me.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. It was fun talking to you, Patrick. You take care, okay?
Awesome.
And if you have any questions, you're always free to text me. If you need help, if you go through to go see those specimens, you're free to text me and I'll help you. So you're free to reach out and I'll try to help you get access to the bodies you there for you, okay?
Awesome, Gonzalo. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You have a good day.
Bye, man.
Thank you.
Bye,
You have a good day.
Really?
Bye.
What the fuck? Holy shit. What? Wow. These things still alive, y'all? I mean, Gonzalo seems convinced. He's a good guy. Right? I can tell he's just a really genuine good guy who really believes in this. I don't really know what to think anymore.
What up,
It was a big part of me that just
Nigeria?
thought this was all bullshit.
How's it going?
I don't know. I'll just say I don't know. I don't know, but this is fascinating. If they're still running around in an underground civilization.
How's your day going,
playing
man?
music. Living. They're thriving. A whole civilization underground in these tunnels. So many more questions. There's so much more to this. Should I next year try to go see these bodies and maybe ask more questions about the live ones? I think I need to make a trip to Peru next year. That's what I think needs to happen. Wow. At 3 a.m. A light in the window. Now I am looking up at him, an
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. There is a big risk of there being a high magnitude earthquake striking California in the immediate near future, this being a magnitude 6 or greater event, even potentially going to magnitude 7, though I think magnitude 6 to 6.5 is the most likely range.
Whether
What
you're
the
moving
fuck?
into a new home or welcoming a new addition, big life changes mean big.
Are we gonna get a new island?
And I think it's more likely to occur in Northern California if it does versus Central or Southern California, specifically looking at the San Francisco Bay Area. And there are a lot of reasons for this. The primary one is the fact that
I saw something about somebody saying that Doomsday Fish was showing up or something like that.
with a ton of aftershocks, hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes, and just a couple days ago, we had a magnitude 6.5 that struck Mexico near the city of Acapulco. Well, California is directly in between the two. We often see earthquakes follow that sort of progression where they will fill in the gaps. Also, with that Mexico earthquake, there was antipodal earthquake activity with that occurring on the Nape Indian Ridge in between the Australasian and Antarctic plate. That is a geologic spreading center, and on the other side of the globe, we have the subduction zone on the coast of Mexico. So there was this clear back and forth sequence with that 6.5 quake in Mexico. Well, we just had an antipodal earthquake for the San Francisco Bay Area, a magnitude 5.7, which is quite large for a mid-ocean ridge on the border of the African plate and also the Antarctic plate. So fairly close by to those other antipodal quakes, and well, that's because California and Mexico are close together. So that is not a good sign, and then there are a bunch of other factors which we will go into. But to start off, just really quickly to mention it, because this is very rare, we just had a doomsday fish wash up off the coast of Monterey. And these are known as doomsday fish because of Japanese folklore and legend associating these oarfish washing up with high magnitude earthquakes and tsunamis. So basically really powerful natural disasters. And they hang out really deep at depth, and the idea is that there's some sort of change to the earth that's occurring in the deep oceans, potentially based off of changing electric field or electromagnetic signals. We know that sometimes before, during, and after high magnitude earthquakes, we get these sort of electromagnetic signals that are generated and released. And so these fish are very sensitive to them, which makes sense. That would drive them to the surface, and they die once they're at the surface. So you don't see them there normally because, well, they're going to die if they go to the surface. So on December 30th of 2025, scuba diver Ted Judah was out in Monterey Bay, clear waters, and he saw an oarfish. So this is very, very rare, and I take these very seriously because back in May and June of 2025, right before the magnitude 8.8 megaquake that struck off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia, one of the biggest earthquakes ever observed, only behind 5 magnitude 9 plus events that occurred in the past 125 years, we saw tons of oarfish washing up around the oceans in that area. Australia, New Zealand, India, other locations. And so there is something to this folklore. And case in point, we can look back to 2024 when 2 doomsday fish washed up in California. And look at the date there. That is November 15th for this article by SF Gate. For the second time in less than 4 months, an oarfish washed ashore in San Diego. And so this occurs every now and then. There have been oarfish that wash up every now and then in California, San Diego, Monterey, etc. But again, the date for this is November 15th, 2024. So going 4 months before then up to that moment. And well, let us look at this. If you remember, we had a magnitude 7 earthquake offshore Cape Mendocino at the Triple Junction on the 5th of December 2024. Here is the map for that. So we can see that this was a big earthquake. We can put on our tectonic faults, our U.S. fault, and you see the San Andreas here. go up, and then where it starts to bend and you get this triple junction between plates, you have this big magnitude 7. So those oarfish in 2024 technically were a temporal precursor to this high magnitude earthquake, which occurred in the global sense just nearby, right? That's not that far away. And also for 2025, with the magnitude 8.8 megaquake, we also saw these oarfish washing up all around the globe. But there are many other data points to get into, but that is definitely the one that I consider. I think there's a lot of wisdom in these legends and folklore, and that we should be working off of our historic record and the clues that our ancestors left us to better understand what is happening now and what could occur going forward. But there is a elevated risk for sure going forward for the next 2 months for California. I'm going to break it all down for you as to why in this video. To begin, let's look at our recent earthquake activity around the west coast of the United States for the past 30 days, because this forecast does include Oregon and Washington. We could see activity there, perhaps at the Cascadia Fault. Doesn't have to be a magnitude 9 megaquake. It could be quite a bit lower, magnitude 6, magnitude 7. Though I think California is the most likely location for a high magnitude event to occur in the future, and you'll see why as we go through the video. But we're going to start with the high magnitude events that have occurred around California. We see 3 big ones right there. This magnitude 7 Hubbard Glacier earthquake on the 6th of December being a big event with hundreds of earthquakes in the aftershock swarm. You see this 6.5 there that occurred near Acapulco just recently. That was on January 2nd. And then we see this 6.2 there that in Peru that occurred on the 28th of December. So we see a very clear progression where we have a big earthquake here, big earthquake there, big earthquake there. This is the Eastern Pacific Ring of Fire, and we're just completely missing activity here in and around California. You also see quite a lot of magnitude 5 earthquakes here further to the south, filling in this area as well, but look at the deficiency here. So it just really looks like, based off of this, that this should be filled in. You can't base an earthquake forecast off of any one single factor, but you start to add them together and it makes you start to wonder, okay, maybe something is coming. So this is the first factor of many that we are going to look at. I want to show you another one now. We just had an antipodal quake for the San Francisco Bay Area. And these antipodal quakes aren't usually exactly antipodal. So you have to give them a little bit of a range, but it can't be completely way off differently than, pretty much an opposite vector of the globe. But here we see this Prince Edward Islands region earthquake. That's the spreading center in between the African plate and the Antarctic plate. And that's a pretty big earthquake for a spreading center. We see magnitude 5.5s, magnitude 6s. We've even seen up to magnitude 6.5 in greater earthquakes on spreading centers. But it's really rare to see something beyond 6.5. So 5.7 is notable. And here is the San Francisco Bay Area. That is the exact antipode vector for the San Francisco Bay Area. So look at the position with the southern part of Africa there, the Cape of Good Hope, and also Madagascar. And let us go back here. Look at that. It is in the exact same location as the antipode. So that is quite significant. And this is an accurate antipodal sequence that we just had. So if we go here, check this out. Here we have the Mexico magnitude 6.5 antipodal sequence. So our first earthquake was a magnitude 6.0.
For fucking what,
dude? Magnitude 4.9 and magnitude 5 that occurred before that. But the magnitude 6 was definitely like the big event. And again, magnitude 6 earthquakes that are rare. That was on the 1st of January, the whole universal time. Then we get this almost exact antipodal quake to Mexico, magnitude 6.5. I put out an alert that there could be an earthquake in Mexico, magnitude 5 or greater, before this magnitude 6 occurred. And when the magnitude 6 occurred, that upgraded it to a magnitude 6 or greater for Mexico. This occurred on the 2nd of January, so you see the quick 1, 2, and then back on the 3rd with a 5.9, exact same location. The epicenter is identical. So this is a very clear sign that this sort of vertical stress dynamic exists in the Earth and that it affects earthquake activity, which is very interesting because we don't have a good, real explanation for this as to why yet, but that is something I'm working on. It may have to do with the rotational angular velocity of the Earth and the torque and more. But I'm still working on a reason and an idea as to why these vertical stress dynamics work. But you can think of like a bike wheel. When a spoke breaks, often the other side is going to break as well. So here we see this Prince Edward Island earthquake right there. This is the spreading center, so you have the plates actually being generated and spreading apart. But if you look over here, here we see our interesting activity. So we have this 5.0 right there, and then it goes over to this 5.0 here, and then we have this magnitude 6, and here's our 5.9. That's the antipodal activity. So very clear ping pong back and forth, and you have to pay attention to this because we've been seeing this in 2025. So we can look at our data for 2025 to see a very clear example of that, and you'll see how this all blends together as we get further into the video, because we're going to be talking about planetary geometry as well. We have some very strong planetary alignments occurring right now, just like we did back during the time period around the magnitude 8.8 megaquake, and it's actually the same planetary alignment that's active now as was then. And you see this
Sorry, everybody, I'm fixing my fucking camera situation.
Here. So here's our magnitude 8.8 earthquake off the coast of New York, the strongest earthquake of 2025, and one of the strongest ever observed. And there was, foreshock activity before this, a magnitude 7.3 went off about 10 days before, and there were some other warning signs that we were due for a megaquake, a magnitude 8 or greater earthquake, because we hadn't had one for 4 years. We typically get one magnitude 8 or greater earthquake every year. So we accurately forecasted this on the channel 3 days in advance, and then also 2 months in advance with some generalized, there should be a megaquake coming soon, global forecast. But if we go here to our oldest earthquakes for 2025, I want us to scroll down, and we're going to get to May, okay? This is all earthquakes magnitude 5.5 or greater, if you can't tell. And on May 2nd, we had our first quake that is worth watching. So we have to go to Drake Passage here, and you'll see this 7.4 that hits. So that is a big earthquake. Well, pretty close to the antipode for that location is Kamchatka. So Kamchatka and Drake Passage are almost exactly antipodal. They're not exactly antipodal. Again, it's not an exact vector. There maybe even is a little bit of deflection around the inner core that helps account for that slight deviation from exact. But regardless, this effectively is antipodal for Kamchatka. So we had the 7.4 there in May, and then that 8.8 was July 29th. So you can see earthquake there, then to the other side of the globe, we get the big earthquake. And this is not a small earthquake. If you're taking tiny magnitude 4s, you can paint any sort of pattern or picture. But if you are looking only at the highest magnitude events and you're seeing patterns emerge, then that tells you something. So these are some of the biggest earthquakes of 2025. 7.4 for Drake Passage, the 8.8, that is the largest. So then after July 29th, the megaquake, we go back here, we will see that we had more powerful earthquakes. We had this 7.4, and then we can go and see that we had in August, 7.5. So now less than a month after that megaquake in Kamchatka, it pings back to the Drake Passage. That is August. We go up here, you will see that after that quake occurred in August, we had a magnitude 7.4 aftershock for Kamchatka. So now it's bing, 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 and it goes back again because we had another high magnitude earthquake down here, Drake Passage. After that, that was the 7.6, the largest of the whole sequence for Drake Passage, and that was on the 10th of October. So we've been having antipodal quake activity there very clearly. We've had a lot of other examples of antipodal quake activity with some of the quakes here in the Banda Sea Of course, we already mentioned the Mexico quakes. So this is a clear rhythm and trend that you can use to forecast quake activity. It's not going to give you a guaranteed, accurate hit every single time, but it's definitely a very important variable to watch, and one of the most important. I would say the antipodal quake off the coast of South America, that 5.7 right here, is definitely a data point to consider. And then you add in the recent quake activity in these locations in the month prior, and that is definitely putting California at a greater risk. But there are other factors. Let us explore them. Another important factor to be aware of as it relates to earthquake activity are changes to the Schumann resonances, Earth's naturally resonant energy fields. When we see enhancements in the Schumann resonances at specific frequencies, that often precedes high magnitude earthquakes. And sometimes these signals can be global. Sometimes they're only picked up closer to the earthquake epicenter. They can occur before, during, and even after high magnitude earthquakes. Well, here we have our Schumann resonances 0 to 40 hertz vertical electric field spectrogram. So they're measuring the vibrations that are basically oscillating along that electric current going vertically from the ground surface up to the ionosphere using a T antenna. This is out of Tomsk, Russia, thanks to the Space Observing System. And what we see is this high amplitude power signal right there stretching across many, many days back on the 3rd of January. This is all universal time +7, so you can convert this all to your local time. But this is in the 32 to 37 hertz zone, and mode 5 of the Schumann resonances is at 33 hertz. This is anomalous because it's not exactly at the main resonant mode in that frequency band, which is right here, mode 5. But we see the first mode of the Schumann resonances, 7.8 hertz right here. That's the foundational mode. 70% of the energy is there. You have 14 hertz, 20 hertz, 26 hertz, 33, 39. And these resonant energy fields, which are always pulsating at a higher power than background frequencies, are fed by lightning strikes. Because there's about 50 lightning strikes occurring every single second. You also have effects from the ionosphere creating Schumann resonances. Our brain.
Sorry, everybody. I'm freaking texting my DoorDasher.
They're Earth's naturally resonant energy frequencies. So when there's a change to the resonance, that indicates that there could be a change to some of the geologic and geophysical forces active on our planet. Now, what's so interesting about this is if you know how to read this data, you can see that this is very significant because they show the data normally going from 0 to 32 hertz, and then they apply a filter to the data going from 32 hertz to 40 hertz, which reduces the decibels on it. So the gain goes down. I think they reduced the gain by like 15. And so that's why the bottom of this spectrogram here, going from 32 hertz to 40 hertz, always looks so dim in power compared to the higher frequencies. Here's our power legend there. So these cold colors are low power, and once you get up into the reds and the white, it is high power. So you see that these green colors are more moderate, but you see that they're elevated over these blue colors for these non-resonant frequencies.
What the fuck?
So for this to show up with a high
Am I
power
just fucking
signal,
retarded? Can I
after
not press
they
fucking
apply
buttons
that
today?
reduction in the gain to the data means that that's a very high power signal. And it's not exactly at resonant frequencies. And the pre-earthquake signal range is typically 25, 26 hertz, which is mode 4, though it can range from 15 to 35. So it is still in there, but this is quite bizarre. By itself, it doesn't mean that an earthquake is due to hit California imminently, but you add it into other factors if they exist, and it makes everything worth paying attention to a little bit more. Now, another very important factor to add into this is the fact that we have a very significant planetary alignment that is unfolding as we speak. It's active right now. We see two of the planets in that planetary alignment thanks to our coronagraph view, our view of the sun, which puts a disk over the sun, an including disk, so we can see the solar wind and solar storms that come off of the sun. When we do that, we can also see the planets. And so here we see Venus on the other side of the sun performing a superior conjunction with the sun. That goes exact on the 6th of January. Well, what's this right there? That is Mars, also on the other side of the sun, performing its superior conjunction, though it'll be just a couple days behind the superior conjunction of Venus.
Oh, I got 5 followers now. Nice.
This way, Venus is going that
15
way. Well,
views.
they are also going to meet up and do a conjunction themselves. So that is quite significant, but there's more to that planetary alignment than just
Nobody
what
said
Venus
shit.
and Mars are doing. We can look at it right here with our solar system scope application.
Okay, what the
and
fuck?
here
It's
is the
like
planetary
4
alignment that's
fucking
happening.
ads,
Mars,
really?
Venus, Mercury is also right there as well. There's Earth, there's Jupiter. So we have Jupiter
like
opposition on the 10th of January. Earth was just at its closest to the Sun on the 3rd of January, so about 0.985 astronomical units away. The average distance is 1.
Why does that look
and
like
we
shit?
see this synodic cycle here with Mars and Venus a once every 6.6 year cycle, or about 2,338 days. So this is a very significant planetary alignment. Last time we saw this planetary alignment was 1936.
Okay, it doesn't.
They
It
do
was just
not
really low
occur
quality.
that often. They are
That was
quite
fucking
rare.
weird.
But there is more to this than just that. We also have Neptune and Saturn here performing their great conjunction. And they did their great conjunction in reference to the Sun on December 13th. I think it was the 12th to 13th of December. And they will do it late February with the Earth. We have harmonic aspects also at play. Pluto and Uranus, 60 degrees to both these planets, 120 degrees to each other. So the entire solar system right now is arranged geometrically with very precise angles, alignments, and harmonic aspects. This is not common, and it's definitely...
I need to find my daughter. Let's do what we do.
Okay, that's louder than fuck.
Only people with childhood trauma seem to be able to solve.
Definitely something to consider, because we see high magnitude earthquakes often hitting during these precise planetary alignments. Let's go back in time. So we will go back to around the time of the megaquake. Okay, that was again July 29th, 2025, magnitude 8.5. And back in July, mid-July, is when we nearly had an exact conjunction between Neptune and Saturn here as viewed from Earth geocentrically. This is only 13 arc minutes apart. And there's 360 degrees in a circle. An arc minute is a 1/60th division of a degree. So very, very, very close to being exactly conjunct back in July. They will do that conjunction, as I said earlier, in February of 2026. Okay, so this is mid-July. Look at the planetary geometry that started forming. Here it is on the 29th of July. You see Mars, Earth, Saturn, and Neptune in a line, and that really went exact a little bit later in August, as you see right there. Very nice alignment in early August, but that alignment was still very active when that megaquake occurred. And this harmonic aspect with Uranus and Pluto, with these two outer planets, was all still in effect at that time. This is a minor grand trine configuration. So the last time we had the Neptune-Saturn conjunction, which was July of 2025, because there's differential orbital velocities between the planets. So Earth is rotating around, so it makes it look like they're going conjunct, and then there may be a triple conjunction sequence. This time we only get one exact conjunction, that's in February 2026, but the almost went conjunct in July. We had the magnitude 8.8 megaquake. Now we have that coming up again. If we go forward here, we'll see this in February. We see that geocentrically they are conjunct right there. About the 20th, 22nd of February, and this is very important. Let's add on another layer, okay? So that in and of itself is like, okay, we should pay attention. And we can go further back in time to see how this planetary geometry is important, because back in 1989, we had the Loma Prieta earthquake, a magnitude 6.9. That was specifically on October 18th. And so what was happening back in 1989? Well, let's find out. we can grab Saturn here and drag him back to 1989. And so we'll see this slowly appear right here. And look at that. There is another Saturn-Neptune conjunction that is occurring at the same time. Specifically on the 13th of November is when that went really exact. We can get that right here. The 13th of November was when that was exact. You see that Venus was also in that planetary geometry. Uranus just nearby. Very significant planetary alignment. We also have the dwarf planet Ceres participating. There were two conjunctions prior to that. This was a triple conjunction sequence. There was also one on March 3rd and also June 24th of 1989. This was the final conjunction, just like we have the one and only final conjunction coming up in February. So, and we had the Loma Prieta quake occur just before that on the 18th of October. So there's too many parallels now to ignore, effectively. When you look at this, this is a one-off, an n equals 1. Maybe there's other examples going further back in time that I'm unaware of, but the fact that we had a big, sizable earthquake at 6.9 when we had this planetary alignment in the sky, the same one that we have right now, gives me pause. And then we have the doomsday fish washing up in Monterey Bay just recently. We have this antipodal earthquake activity. We have the earthquake clustering on both sides of the west coast of the United States. And, well, it definitely makes you think. So we can look at the earthquake activity for 1989 to add even more context into this. Because here we see this 6.9 Loma Prieta. You will also notice is that if we go down here, we see that there was a big earthquake, almost the same location in Mexico. Now this was back in April of 1989, but we're talking in a geologic sense. These time rhythms don't need to be exactly one after another, 2 days, 3 days later. This was right outside Acapulco, just like what occurred April 25th, 1989. That's exactly the location that we just had that magnitude 6.5. We see that we also had big earthquake activity in Alaska, also a magnitude 7. Remember, we just had a magnitude 7 Hubbard Glacier earthquake in December of 2025, this being a magnitude 7. Further off from the Yukon, but still in this general region, that was September 4th. And if we go over to other parts of the Ring of Fire, you see that Japan also had very similar activity to what's happening right now. So they had a 7.4. We just recently had a 7.6. And then you see the 6.9. We had a 6.8. There's a 6.4. We also had a 6.4. We also had 6.7 and 6.6 earthquakes. They had a 6.4 back in 1989, 6.2, 6.2. So and it's the same location too. This is zone 1 of the 2 that we've been really looking at for this recent activity. So you see these parallels across time. That's the point here, is that right now there are a lot of parallels between the earthquake activity that was occurring in 1989 as to right now, and we also have the same planetary alignment in the night sky with Saturn and Neptune. I don't think you can just toss that out the window. And then you add in that Mars, Venus, Mercury, Sun, Earth, Jupiter alignment, which is this whole other factor as well, which is very significant. Jupiter being the planet with the biggest gravitational field in our solar system, not that far away at 5 astronomical units. Also has the strongest electromagnetic field outside of the Sun. Earth has a very strong magnetic field. They're on the same side. Venus, Mars, Mercury on the other side of the Sun. It's just a little bit too much to be comfortable, let's say. So if you live in the San Francisco Bay Area, I recommend that you be aware, be prepared, have a plan in place, food and water for at least 3 days, ideally more, and you also know where you're going to go if an earthquake strikes. If you're not in a safe building, it's easy to get out, then maybe get out, but you want to find cover, protect yourself in some way. Most everyone that's lived in California should have gone through these drills, but if you're someone that moved there, then maybe this is something you need to brush up on. This doomsday fish washing up is something I take very seriously, and that's kind of like the cherry on top of all of this. Because we saw them washing up back in 2025 before the megaquake. We saw them washing up in 2024 before the magnitude 7 earthquake, and it's just really too much to ignore. Now, where could this occur? I think all of California, it's possible. I think Northern California is more likely than Southern California for some of the reasons I've listed in this video. These are the 4 main faults that it could go on outside the San Andreas. It could be the San Andreas, but we also have the Rogers Creek Fault, Green Valley, Hayward, Calaveras. I'm thinking the Calaveras Fault could be the one that ruptures and gives us a magnitude 6 to 6.5. The possible magnitude here that the USGS scientists have shown is 6.8. That's the same for the Hayward Fault. Last big earthquake there was 1868. A lot of these faults are way overdue. Look at the years that have elapsed on some of these faults. Green Valley, 1609. That could be a magnitude 7.1. Rogers Creek, 1745. That could be a magnitude 7.1. If you look at the biggest earthquakes that have occurred in Northern California from the 21st century, it's the magnitude 6 in Napa, and then it's 2 magnitude 5+ quakes on the Calaveras Fault. Then you have to go further afield to get bigger earthquakes than that. So we've only had 2 magnitude 5+ earthquakes and a magnitude 6 earthquake in 26 years now in the 21st century for the Bay Area. With all that said, this is just my earthquake forecast for California. I don't issue them unless I think there's something that actually could occur. We have a fairly good track record here with my work and what I've posted here on the channel on my Twitter X account. You can check that all out. I'll put some links in the video description if you want to explore into this more. I really hope nothing happens. I'm from California, grew up in the Bay Area, love it there, but when the signs are flashing, I can't just ignore that and say, oh, it's not going to happen. And I would want everyone to be prepared for that. So we've been having earthquake swarming in San Ramon. That's something that does occur there. We've made videos on that, but it doesn't mean it's helping the situation. So just in general, now with all these factors converging, I think it's really important to be watching California very carefully. And if there is a high magnitude earthquake that occurs there, magnitude 6 or greater, even up to magnitude 7, it could be greater than that. We could get up to a magnitude 8, but I think 6 to 6.5 is the most likely range. That would then complete that stress relief that has been building across the eastern Pacific Ring of Fire. So it makes sense in that regard. So if we see more antipodal quake activity for California, I will be posting that to my X account. That's at Stefan Burns Geo. I post updates there in between videos. If you really want to stay up to date, that when there's big stuff to report on, I'm your guy. So thank you all so much for watching. Again, I've been your host, Stefan Burns. Smash that like button to help the channel grow. Please subscribe to stay up to date with everything that's happening with the Earth energetically, earthquakes, volcanoes, geomagnetic storms, severe weather. We also examine, as we did in this video, factors beyond just the Earth, solar activity, space weather, planetary resonances and alignments, interstellar and cosmic forces, and so much more.
Stream Hub World, what's up?
Wishing each and every single one of you well. Please take care of yourselves. Have a great 2026. I'll see you all in the next video.
What? Oh.
This is also really great to see.
Thank you.
No. Wait, what? No, we'll watch that later. Okay, that was loud.
So I'm with a much smaller telescope today. So I was using this to capture the pictures of sun. So talking about sun, when you look at the sun, you're looking at a big ball of plasma. So if you understand plasma, you understand the universe.
I mean, yeah.
Everything in the
That's
universe
usually how she goes.
is surrounded by plasma, right? It's almost like a medium of communication across the universe. So when you call solar wind coming from sun, that's plasma. When you're talking about cosmic rays in the space, that's plasma. So when we are talking about the sun itself and the power of the sun, it is powered by plasma. So what is plasma, right? A simple way to explain is to go back to the fundamental particle, which is hydrogen. Hydrogen is the universe. Basic fundamental particle that's out there. It has a single electron and a single proton. That's pretty much the hydrogen is. The atom consists of one of each. The proton in the nucleus and one electron. If it gets energized, it's going to lose the electron, and that hydrogen atom will only have a proton, which is a free proton, which is called an ion, which will become a plasma. That's a fundamental way to explain quickly to understand what plasma is. Now, there is a lot more complex processes that are happening on the sun, and hydrogen and how it turns into helium, losing the energy, creating that fusion, and continuously that fusion is happening. And this helium, the one that we are looking at the sun, it has 2 protons and 2 electrons. And to get to that, it uses like 4 hydrogen atoms. And when it loses energy, it is going to create that fusion, and sun is born. And a whole bunch of billions and trillions of those hydrogen atoms, you are looking at a star. So when we are looking at sun, we can think of the big glowing plasma out there. We always think of like, can I touch the plasma? In a way, yes. I mean, if you look at fire, right, is also a kind of a plasma. And without hurting your hands, if you put your fingers on top of the fire, you should be able to touch it. You're kind of touching plasma. You can buy a plasma glowing ball and you put your hands on it. You can impact and affect how the plasma moves inside. But at sun, it's at a much higher energy levels. And when it is coming from cosmic rays, it is a lot more higher energy levels. So for us, we need to get protected from those cosmic rays and from solar wind. So these ionized particles.
Donnie showed this NFL mom a clip about her son.
This smell like hot dog water, bud.
We need to do something about that. Camera time, I'm going to show you how to rinse that odor out.
That smells a lot better. Rinse impossible odors out in one wash.
The Sea of Monsters is...
The fuck?
Everything in the universe is surrounded by plasma, right? It's almost like a medium of communication across the universe. So when you call solar wind coming from sun, that's plasma. When we are talking about cosmic rays in the space, that's plasma. So
okay, we understand what plasma is, friend. Let's get to the fucking data. Where's the data? The data.
It's wonderful. And thanks everyone who joined the live stream. So here are the pictures that we took this morning. And this is the sun that came in, the big orange glow of sun with all the sunspots, the low energy parts of sun, all these areas, the plumes that are coming out. the solar wind. So I first took the one with the orange glow of the sun, and I have to open this with VLC file. So this is the live image of the sun that we captured. I took a video file. Actually, you can take this video file and create a beautiful image of the sun as well. You can stack them and you can create a beautiful picture. So you can see those low energy spots on the sun. You can see those solar prominence that are coming out. And some of these will turn into solar wind. So this is a plasma. This the outer layer of the sun is all plasma. That's what you are looking at. By the way, on the right side, I left the NASA picture there so that you can take a look at it. So the big glowing plasma outside is a layer on the sun. The inner core is different than this outer core. The outer core is actually not sun. It's a ball of gas that is coming out of sun, ionized, and the big plasma is what is much bigger than the sun itself. So that's what you're looking at. Whenever we're looking at sun, we are actually looking at just the outer layer. And I believe I have one more picture after this. So this one, the one that much larger file. So now you are seeing the other file. This is a much larger file, and you will see the outer skin or outer layer of the sun. And some of these areas are the ones that are showing the low energy spots. Whenever you see the low energy spots, you know that if they are big enough, they are going to start pushing the solar wind out towards the earth. Now you can see the big ball of plasma here in a different view. Yeah, whenever you see these low energy spots, more they are, more solar wind is coming our way. That's all I have for today. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. Click on the subscribe button.
I have subscribed.
And notifications button.
And then do this. Man, what else are people gonna fucking use? Alien bases.
My intention for today was to do a video.
Oh my god.
My intention for today was to do a video about footage.
I noticed your channel has strong potential but needs a bigger audience to level up. What? Oh my god, bro.
I've noticed on social media that a lot
Ban
of
that
videos have been
motherfucker,
popping up,
dude.
photographs of aliens and stuff like that. And so I banked them.
Bam.
I thought it was really important to, I suppose, talk about this one individual today. Because something weird has been happening. If it's real, okay? His name is Juan Manuel Sanchez, or better known as Juanito Juan, or the Chosen One. I think he's called himself the Chosen One because weird stuff's been happening. He's from Mexico, a place called Vail Hermoso, off the Gulf of Mexico. Noted, by the way, for frequent UFO activity around there. As we, if you're interested in this sort of stuff, you'll know that Mexico has a lot of these sightings. So, in August 2022, he started posting his encounters that he's been having with extraterrestrials, right? Now, he is a mechanic, and he's got a workshop. Now, these extraterrestrials have been sighted, which he's got on video, photos, and CCTV, okay, which I'm going to show you, of these extraterrestrials hanging outside of his workshop, and also inside his workshop. And he started posting in August 2022, and then over time, it's just escalated. It's more and more, it's happening more and more. Now, the skeptical part of me is thinking, oh, now that he's got a little bit of limelight, he's getting a little bit of, like, you know, getting a bit of a following, is he creating more and more and more? But apparently, he's saying that these encounters happen 2 to 3 times a week. Either a UAP or an alien sighting, right? And then I'm thinking, well, if this is the case, why aren't there like a whole army out there right now documenting his area? It is 2 or 3 times a week. So, but I wanted to look into it because there's a particular photo that I have seen and reviewed ages ago, and it's actually from him, right? And it's this one here. Remember this one? If you don't, here it is, okay? This is a photo that he took. And obviously people are depicting like an extraterrestrial inside this thing. Now, he's had a little bit of a backing from the journalist Jamie or Haney Mouzan. Okay, we know who he is. I'll put a picture of him up, right? You know, about the Peru, the alien mummies. So he's got a backing of that. And this was in March 2023. So I was like, oh my God. So he's the guy that took this photo. Sanchez, that's his real name, remember, documented encounters traced back to at least August 2022 when he captured a series of high-resolution photos of a disc-shaped metallic object hovering above his workshop during an approaching storm. So look.
Juanito Juan, él pretendía tomar algunas nubes, una tormenta que se aproximaba como lo hacen muchas personas. Y ahí
made that look so real.
Entonces observó un objeto y pudo captar 3 fotografías antes que desapareciera.
Y mi sorpresa que estaba justo arriba de esa casa, estaba sobre los cables, se veía el objeto. Yo saco mi celular para grabarlo porque siempre había sido más que nada así tan cerca.
Like, what the fuck?
Ver algo así tan cerca.
Look how clear these photos are.
Fue el martes 16, pero ya las empezamos a subir el miércoles 17.
So Sanchez explained he didn't capture the video because his phone was in photo mode and the object vanished before he could switch. These images went viral on Facebook and Mexican TV, e.g. RDTV, sparking global interest, but also hoax allegations, including claims of AI generation via tools like Midjourney, which were later debunked as the image matched a real street scene from his interview. Sanchez stood by his account, emphasizing it was an unplanned sighting. Yeah, I mean,
So basically what it's saying is we're fucking surrounded by retards. So, there's that. Where's the fucking... There we go. What do you guys want to talk about? No, God.
Hello guys and welcome back to my channel. We all know that games are full of secrets, but what if some of those secrets were so strange?
You ever seen where people You were seeing where
I think the impact of the show on like Fallout as a franchise.
Mildew has that characteristic.
Does
because it's a lot.
I think the impact of the show on like Fallout as a franchise has been bigger than I expected.
So this is me,
That's why my dad ran into a den of mice.
This is like my favorite show right now.
Probably just tell me to shut the fudge up.
As this is a rare, beautiful day in the winter of London, I wondered if you had a chance to check out the Fallout London mod.
Only some videos that I've seen online. I have not played it.
So you hadn't been following the development at all, like...
Only a little bit. I would say we look at a lot of the modding that's going on, and when you have those total conversions, that is, I just want to say how hard that is. And so the fact that it came out, like, first of all, most of those never come out. The fact that it came out, it seems like a lot of fans love it, is just, like, I need to express to everybody out there how difficult and what a journey that is for some of these big mod teams to do stuff like that.
Yeah, for real. I played that mod. That mod is amazing. It's actually crazy that they did it. It's one of the best. It felt like an indie company made a Fallout game.
Well, it's really, number one, is we're taking place 15 years after that game-ish, and then making sure we honor it really well. Like, treat it as you would want it treated if you had played through that game and all the different ways that can be played. And so I think there's a lot of surprises in there in terms of, you know, you don't want it to be fan service. You want to approach it naturally, but some of those things happen when you're like, oh, so there's...
I need to clean my screen. What was this video?
I defer to you about what to do in this situation.
The show's been in production since, unfortunately, the untimely passing of Matthew Perry. I wondered if there was ever an internal conversation about his inclusion.
Well, obviously he had passed away, and so it's hard to see the world, you know, if he had been around. And he was an incredible kind of, at that time, spokesman for Fallout. I remember when Fallout 3 came out, he appeared on a talk show, and someone sent me, like, Matthew Perry is talking about Fallout 3. He just brought it, he had signed the game and brought it on, I mean, it was Ellen or something, and said, like, I love this game, and we had nothing to do with that. And so it was great to get him involved in New Vegas.
The game is called Fallout 3, and I, yeah.
You know the game? They're just doing that.
Yeah. I'm not affiliated with this game at all. I just love it, and so, but I signed it, so it looks like I created it.
What's it about? What is it?
It's a post-apocalyptic world.
I see.
Run around and kill things.
I see.
The major theme of this season is reducing people down to mindless automation. It's especially prescient given the ongoing conversations about generative AI. I'd like to get your take on how it's used and what you feel like the future of its use is for TV and game production.
For AI right now? Oh, look, that's a big one. I view it as a tool. I think creative intention comes from human artists, right? Number one. And so, but I think we look at it as a tool for, is there a way we can use it to sort of help us go through some iterations that we do ourselves faster not in generating things, but just we're always working on our tool set, you know, for how we build our worlds or check things. And so I think if you go back 10 years ago, like that version of Photoshop, you wouldn't want to go back to that version of Photoshop. We want to protect the artistry, because that's the human intention of it is what makes our stuff special.
Why would my dad go to Las Vegas?
You want to know why the world ended? It started here with one man.
Making a TV show is obviously not easy. Has the love and attention shown by the production team given you more confidence in a future Elder Scrolls adaptation?
You know, I would say this, that the Fallout journey was like a 10-year one. Right after Fallout 3, it was sort of people were asking movie, show, whatever to do in Fallout, and we really took our time. I can't rule in or rule out an Elder Scrolls thing in the future, I think Fallout was more like uniquely suited. I think it has more to say in its genre right now.
Yeah, for real.
You never know. I think the impact of the show on like Fallout as a franchise has been bigger than I expected. So it does make you think like, hey, is there a path? But nothing today. I'm willing to say no for a decade.
Do you personally have a sense of how the Wolfenstein show is coming along? Have you been talking...
Wolfenstein show? Wait, what?
Just a little bit. You know, I'm good friends with Jörg, who runs that studio and the Wolfenstein franchise, and I'll let them speak about it. I do, but not my place to speak.
Of course,
yes.
absolutely. The patrolling the Mojave gag is really good. Do things like that come about because Bethesda is giving them to the writing team, or do the team have a sense of how... Like,
the writing, Graham and Geneva and Jonah and the writing team, they are so all over this stuff. We're usually reacting. We give them some, like, you know, general constructs to start with, and then we're ideating together. But everybody involved is such fans of it and treating it really with a great amount of love and care.
Do you have any specific times you can think of Bethesda giving some, like, oh, we should really run with this?
Well, it was, hey, do we want to do House? And in what way? And I was a believer of, like, House is one of the best characters in Fallout. And so if we have a lane where we can treat him right, we would... I mean, how great is he on screen, right? Can you imagine without him?
Like yourself, I am the very best at what I do. And what I do is I know everything.
Do you have a current frontrunner for your Game of the Year?
Well, Expedition 33 is really unique and amazing. Death Stranding 2, Kingdom Come Deliverance. I mean, they're all great. I think Expedition 33 is really a unique piece of art in so many ways. Yeah.
Great.
How about you?
I am leaning towards Donkey Kong personally.
Oh, all right. Yeah, great game.
Totally different direction with it.
Yeah.
That's my
They
current.
did a fabulous job. That's a hard game to sort of reset in a way. Changes your expectations.
Yeah, sure. I think I'm a mechanics guy, so story absolutely has a place in games, but if I'm playing a game, I want something really chunky, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they did an incredible job. It's a good one.
You and me, we're the best.
What's up, everybody on fucking YouTube?
And yet dreams travel faster than light. And even
I need to check my messages real quick.
are shaping the lives of our children who will live in the 21st century.
If I had to explain Fallout's pre-war America in a single sentence, I'd say it was
Yeah.
yesterday's dream of tomorrow. Have you ever seen Back to the Future 2? With the flying cars, hoverboards, and auto-fitting shoes. Well, the movie was made by people of 1989, picturing what 20...
Oh, now it's all fucking Fallout shit. Damn it. I watched one Fallout video and it completely fucks my fucking... Oh, that's why. Okay, never mind. I mean, it's still Fallout. What the fuck? Wait. Okay, let's do this.
Even on
Looks like he's having a fucking hard time.
goes a long way. And thanks to Healthy Choice Simply Steamers, I get a quick, satisfying, high-protein meal with 28 grams of protein. That's half the price of eating out. My favorite is grilled chicken and broccoli Alfredo.
Does the defendant have any priors?
DUI, assault.
When you got back, something was different. It wasn't that you changed.
This is also really great to see.
Thank you so much for
Thanks.
being here. I want to start with this big picture question.
Let's just watch the original fucking Marco Rubio video.
Joining me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Joining me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start with this big picture question. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
This is not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations, not a war against Venezuela. We are enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court. We get a warrant. We seize those boats with oil, and that will continue. We would continue to reserve the right to take strikes against drug boats that are bringing drugs towards the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Sols. Of course, the leader of that cartel, is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District of New York, and that's Nicolas Maduro. So we made a big progress in that regard.
Mr. Secretary, who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Oh my God, why is she talking like that?
People, fixating on that. Here's the bottom line of it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds, long-term, short-term. We'd love to see all kinds of changes. But the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay? We are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that that changes. The one I would point everyone to is that our military is helping the Coast Guard conduct a law enforcement function, which is not just the capture of Maduro, but the enforcement of our sanctions. We go to court, we get a warrant, we seize the boats. And we think this is tremendous leverage, incredible, crippling leverage, which we intend to continue to use until we see the changes that we need to see that are benefit to the American people. And by the way, we believe for the people of Venezuela as well.
Mr. Secretary, I think there's a lot of questions about who the point people are during this transition. President Trump said we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful.
And are you involved in that transition,
So obviously
Secretary?
I'm very involved in this. Well, of course. I mean, I think everyone knows I'm pretty involved on politics in this hemisphere. Obviously, as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, very involved in all these elements. The Department of War plays a very important role here, along with the Department of Justice, for example, because they're the ones that have to go to court. So this is a team effort by the entire national security apparatus of our country, but it is running this policy. And the goal of the policy is to see changes in Venezuela that are beneficial to the United States, first and foremost, because that's who we work for, but also, we believe, beneficial for the people of Venezuela, who have suffered tremendously. We want a better future for Venezuela, and we think a better future for the people of Venezuela also is stabilizing for the region and makes the neighborhood we live in a much better and safer place.
President Trump said the administration is working with Maduro's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez. Why does the administration oppose working with the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado? She's the Nobel Peace Prize winner, of course, as well. Her coalition has the support of 70% of Venezuelans. Why not work with her?
Well, a couple things. First of all, Maria Corina Machado is fantastic, and she's someone I've known for a very long time, and the whole movement is. But we are dealing with the immediate reality. The immediate reality is that, unfortunately, and sadly, but unfortunately, the vast majority of the opposition is no longer present inside of Venezuela. We have short-term things that have to be addressed right away. We all wish to see a bright future for Venezuela, a transition to democracy. All of these things are great, and we all want to see that. I've worked on that for 15 years on a personal level, both in the Senate and now as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. These are things I still care about, we still care about. But what we're talking about is what happens over the next 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months, and how that ties to the national interest of the United States. And so we expect to see more compliance and cooperation than we were previously receiving. With Nicolas Maduro, you could not make a deal or an arrangement. Although he, by the way, was given very generous offers. He could have left Venezuela. As recently as, a week and a half ago, there were opportunities available for him to avoid all of this because he's not someone we can work with. He suckered the Biden administration into stupid deals. He's made a career out of not keeping deals and figuring out how to save himself by buying time. And President Trump was not going to fall into that trap. So now there are other people in charge of the military and police apparatus there. They're going to have to decide now what direction they want to go. And we hope they will choose a different direction than the one Nicolas Maduro picked. Ultimately, we hope this leads to a holistic transition all the way around in Venezuela, societal, political, all of that. We're in favor of all of that. But right now, we have to take the first steps. And the first steps are securing what's in the national interest of the United States and also beneficial to the people of Venezuela. And those are the things that we're focused on right now. No more drug trafficking, no more Iran Hezbollah presence there, and no more using the oil industry to enrich all our adversaries around the world and not benefiting the people of Venezuela or, frankly, benefiting the United States and the region.
You talk about a holistic transition. I think there's a lot of focus on potential elections. How soon will elections be held? Within 30 days, Mr. Secretary?
Elections? Well, look, this is a country that's been governed by this regime now for 14 or 15 years. The elections should have happened a long time ago. The elections did happen. They lost them, and they didn't count the votes, or they refused to count the votes, and everyone knows it. So all of that, I think, is premature at this point. There's a lot of work to be done here. Right now, what we are focused in, let's be realistic here, what we are focused on right now is all of the problems we had when Maduro was there. We still have those problems in terms of them needing to be addressed. We are going to give people an opportunity to address those challenges and those problems. Until they address it, they will continue to face this oil quarantine. They will continue to face pressure from the United States. We will continue to target drug boats if they try to run towards the United States. We will continue to seize the boats that are sanctioned with court orders. We will continue to do that and potentially other things until the things we need to see addressed are addressed. Because ultimately, above everything else, we care about elections, we care about democracy, we care about all of that. But the number one thing we care about is the safety, security, well-being, and prosperity of the United States. And that's what we're going to focus on first and foremost here. And that's what these policies, these changes we need to see made are about.
Okay, significant there. You say you will continue to seize boats when necessary. I want to ask you about boots on the ground. A lot of attention on that. The president was asked about the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground. He said, quote, "We're not afraid of it." How many U.S. forces are on the ground right now in Venezuela? Are there any?
We don't have U.S. forces on the ground in Venezuela. No, we don't have U.S. forces on the ground. Everyone knows. They were on the ground for about 2 hours when they went to capture Maduro. And I think what the president is saying is very simple, and that is, as president of the United States, he is not going to go around telling people what he's not going to do. He's not going to go around saying, I won't do this, I won't do that. Yes, I care about this issue, but I'll only go so far. He retains all this optionality. In the particular case you're citing, this was, in essence, at its core, a law enforcement function. Okay, the Department of Justice, dating back in the Biden administration, they had a $25 million reward for his capture. So we have a reward for his capture, but we're not going to enforce it. That's the difference between President Trump and everybody else. It's easy to make a wanted poster and say $50 million for the capture of Maduro, but no one takes that seriously because you're not going to do anything about it. President Trump did something about it.
Let me ask you.
He did something about it. We went in, we grabbed him, he was arrested, and he's now in New York. No Americans were killed, no equipment was lost. It had to be done, and it's been done. And I assure you, the people left behind in Venezuela now that are in charge of the police and everything else, I assure you, they're going to probably be a lot more compliant than Maduro was as a result of this.
Well, President Trump told the New York Post there won't be troops in Venezuela as long as Delcy Rodriguez, quote, does what we want. She's already, though, demanding the release of Nicolas Maduro. As you know, she's insisting that her country never become a colony. What exactly does Rodriguez need to do to keep U.S. troops out of Venezuela?
Taxes was feeling unlucky. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes. Here's to the go-getters.
Oh my God.
Joining me now is...
What? Okay, I guess there's no fucking way.
Joining me now is Secretary...
What the fuck was it? Probably right there.
To keep U.S. troops out of Venezuela.
Why does she look like she's on fucking
What needs to
meth?
happen for any of this to change, for our relations with Venezuela to change, and our whole approach to it to change?
Like, she
those
thinks
things
she's
that
got
we've
him.
talked about,
I
and the ones
guess. I don't
highlighted
fucking know.
already.
Can't stand bitches
flood
that
this
look like
country with
that.
gang members. You can't flood this country with drugs.
Ooh, I'm
Coming
so
out of
fucking
Colombia
hard.
through
Look at
Venezuela
me.
with the cooperation of elements of your security forces. You can't turn Venezuela into the operating hub for
dumb old
Iran,
bitch.
for Russia, for Hezbollah, for China, for the Cuban intelligence agents that control that country. That cannot continue. Those things cannot continue to be in place. You cannot continue to have the largest oil reserves in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, not benefiting the people of Venezuela.
How the fuck?
Stolen by a handful of oligarchs around the world.
I had
including
4
inside
likes.
Venezuela.
Like, why are people, like, just taking it away? I don't
We've
fucking
seen how
understand that
adversaries
shit.
all over the world are exploiting and extracting resources from Africa, from every other country. They're not going to do it in the Western Hemisphere. They're not. That is not going to happen under President Trump. Read our national security strategy. He is serious about it, and he's going to do something about it, and we're doing something about it.
Let me ask you about oil. The president says the U.S. is taking over the oil. The question is, I guess, if the purpose of the operation was to capture Maduro and bring him to justice, why does the United States need to take over the Venezuelan oil industry?
Well, we don't need to. First, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. You have to understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
Have specific oil
We
companies?
also want to see that oil and the proceeds from it. Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his colleagues in the regime, but not to the benefit of people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not going to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it. Not under President Trump.
Let's talk big picture.
Not under President Trump.
Regime change, historically speaking, has not gone very well for the United States. In Iraq, in Libya, to name a few examples. Can you assure Americans, the people of the United States, that this time will be different?
Well, here's what's happened. We've got this phobia built up and this sort of thing that's it's like, number one, most of the experts that people have on top, I watch these experts and it's clown hour. Okay, these are people that have focused their entire career on the Middle East or some other part of the world because that's where all the action was. Very few of them know anything about Venezuela or the Western Hemisphere. Venezuela looks nothing like Libya. It looks nothing like Iraq. It looks nothing like Afghanistan. It looks nothing like the Middle East other than the Iranian agents that are running through there plotting against America. Okay? These are Western countries with long traditions among the on a people-to-people and cultural level and ties to the United States. So there's nothing like that. So I think people need to stop ascribing apples and oranges here. The apples of the Middle East to the oranges of the Western Hemisphere. Number two, this is about the national interest of the United States. And what I'm confident of is we are in a safer and better place because we're taking it seriously. The alternative would have been to leave Maduro there as an indicted the drug trafficker, illegitimate president, running the country, open invitation for all of our adversaries to do whatever they want against the United States from Venezuela. That was not going to continue. The alternative would have been to allow a drug trafficker to continue to use national territory and elements of nation-state power to further drug trafficking organizations. Read the indictment. This guy used the levers of their security apparatus not to arrest drug traffickers, but to cooperate and facilitate the trafficking of drugs for the purpose of getting them into the United States. That's going to stop.
And yet, Mr. Secretary, a month ago, President Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was just starting a 45-year sentence for trafficking more than 500 tons of cocaine. Does that not undercut the administration's stated goal, as you just said, to go after these narco-terrorists?
Number one, the former president of Honduras. So this is not someone who was in power, had any influence with the politics of Honduras any longer. Number two, I don't do the pardon file. I'm not against it or for it. I just didn't review the file, so I can't speak to you about the dynamics that led the president to make the decision that he made. I think he talked about it yesterday at the press conference. He reviewed the file, he went through the arguments in it, and he felt that the former president of Honduras was treated very unfairly by the previous administration and made the decision that he made. But I think the answer, whether you agree with that decision or not, people can disagree. I mean, there's people out there who make a living out of disagreeing with anything President Trump does. That doesn't mean you leave Maduro in place. That doesn't mean you don't go after Maduro. That's not the answer. I see people saying that. It's like, well, you know, how can you go after Maduro if you didn't do this? That's absurd. The answer to that, whether you have a problem with it or not, is not to leave in place someone who's been indicted, who hasn't even faced American justice yet, but now will.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was referencing, obviously, the former president. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles told Vanity Fair that an attack on Venezuela's mainland would require approval in Congress. Why didn't that happen, and will it happen with any future action the administration plans to take in Venezuela or elsewhere?
This was not an action that this was not an action that required congressional approval. In fact, it couldn't require congressional approval because this was not an invasion. This is not an extended military operation. This is a very precise operation that involved a couple of hours of action. It was a very delicate operation, too. It was one that required all these conditions to be in place at the right time and the right place. You couldn't afford leaks. We couldn't afford anything out there that would have endangered the mission and gotten people killed or killed off the mission and the optionality. We didn't even know if the mission was going to happen. How can you notify something you're not even sure if it can happen? Because in order for it to happen, you needed to have weather conditions in place. He needed to be at the right place at the right time. We needed to have forces prepared to go. There were a lot of factors in place. It was a trigger-based operation. You can't notify that, number one, because you don't even know what's going to happen if those conditions will ever align. And number two, you can't risk it being disclosed. But this was not an attack on Venezuela. This was a law enforcement function to capture an indicted drug trafficker. And of course, we needed the Department of War to support it because they do have anti-aircraft missiles that could shoot down those helicopters. We had to take down the radars. We had to take down those anti-air elements on the way in and on the way out. And that's what this was limited to.
But will you seek congressional approval for any further action in Venezuela or the region?
Well, we will seek congressional approval for actions that require congressional approval. But otherwise, they will get congressional notification. And this is not an operation that required congressional approval. In fact, this is an operation akin to what virtually every single president for the last 40 years has conducted. The difference is that when it's Donald Trump, all these Democrats go bonkers.
Is the Cuban government the Trump administration's next target, Mr. Secretary? Very quickly.
Well, the Cuban government is a huge problem. Yeah, the Cuban government is a huge problem. First of all,
is that a yes?
Cuba, but I don't think people fully appreciate. I think they're in a lot of trouble. Yes, I'm not going to talk to you about what our future steps are going to be and our policies are going to be right now in this regard. But I don't think it's any mystery that we are not big fans of the Cuban regime, who, by the way, are the ones that were propping up Maduro. His entire internal security force. His internal security apparatus is entirely controlled by Cubans. One of the untold stories here is how, in essence, you talk about colonization, because I think you said Delcy Rodriguez mentioned that. The ones who were sort of colonized, at least inside the regime, are Cubans. It was Cubans that guarded Maduro. He was not guarded by Venezuelan bodyguards. He had Cuban bodyguards. In terms of their internal intelligence, who spies on who inside to make sure there are no traitors, those are all Cubans.
All right. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, thank you for joining us after an incredibly busy 48 hours. Really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
Yeah, so they were like, ooh, we got him this time. Ooh, we definitely got him this time. Damn it. Oh, man, we definitely got him this time. Oh, but he's pardoned the president of so-and-so, but he's not the president, actually, because he was in jail. Like...
New York City is on fire. Zoran Mamdani, the communist Islamist mayor of New York, is crashing out that his homie Maduro, the communist dictator of Venezuela, was arrested for his crimes, including narco-terrorism and also other little things like drug trafficking and using machine guns and invading our country and stuff like that. So we're having a generational crash out about how his homie, the nice commie
great
wants to have
qualities.
Western civilization, friend of Iran and Russia, is cooked. So it's pretty great. It's pretty awesome. Mamdani's having a bad time. First, I have to show you some good times in New York. Oh, also giant pro-Venezuela protests in New York City where actual Venezuelans showed up to attack the woke people that are protesting on behalf of a dictator that oppressed their people. New York is the perfect little miasma of bullshit ever. So anyway, first you have to see this.
Scrubbed. And what looks like a...
Look, it's Maduro. It's a dictator. It's such a... He was talking a big game about 2 days ago. On January 1st, this dude was releasing videos saying that we have the missile defense system from Iran. What are you going to do, Trump?
Maybe a gray or blue sweatshirt. We saw him a little bit earlier on the image that the president posted, blindfolded and handcuffed.
Oh, I love that.
Still blindfolded. In a gray sweatshirt, which would likely come off as blue, given the daylight scenario, the lack of daylight over there.
There it is.
Again, Ambassador Bolton, who was behind the push? Who really wanted him out? And then number two, was there ever a plan for day two?
Everyone's retarded. That's my stance, all right? I want to make this clear. This guy was horrible for everyone. He was a dictator to his own people. He lost elections but stayed in power because he murdered the opposition. His Iranian air defense system worked just as well as it did in Iran when Israel, a country the size of New Jersey, absolutely obliterated them a few months ago. Now bro's going to get diddled in prison in the same prison as P. Diddy. That's actually a fact. And as you can see, they're walking him down like he's a bitch, because he is a bitch. He's a bitch. Huge bitch. Massive bitch. It's pretty great. Oh, I love that. Look at this guy. Look at this dude. Look at this guy. This guy really thought he was hot shit. Bro was talking about his air defense system. He said Trump doesn't have the balls. He said Trump's got nothing on me. Looks to me like this guy is having a bad day. A very bad day. Bro, they got him in fucking flip-flops. They just yoinked him out. Bro, shout out to the Delta Force and the coolest fucking thing ever. Also, Trump owns $17 trillion in oil now. So, like, this is a colossal W for everyone. It's good for the Venezuelans, because they lost their communist dictator. It's good for us, because we no longer have a communist dictator that lives next to us that's sending drugs and terrorists into our country. It's good for our wallets, because now we own, $17 trillion of oil. It's good for the Western Hemisphere, because now Iran, Russia, and Putin's dictator regime fucker in our nation's area is no longer a problem. This is what we call a colossal W for everyone involved. So, of course, Zoran Mamdani, who hates America, is very mad. But first I have to show you the perp walks, because they're crashing out. No! Why are you humiliating him? Why are you humiliating him, bro? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Please, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Dude, you saw them, they were crashing out. It actually violates the Geneva Convention, actually, to humiliate him on social media. Fuck you! My political opinion has evolved from being very nuanced to I don't give a shit, fuck you. And it's happened very quickly, actually. So big W this guy's going. Zoran Mamdani, mayor of New York City, who really has nothing to do with anything here, decided to drop info because this guy's now in jail in New York City. I was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, based, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Now let me make this clear. This motherfucker was not briefed. Okay? He read it on Twitter and he calls it briefing, okay? You weren't briefed because you're the mayor of New York City. Your job is to arrest criminals in New York, is to, clean streets in New York, to worry about your financial New York shit. You have nothing to do with the military's arrest of a communist dictator, okay? You weren't briefed. You read it on Twitter like everyone else. Anyway, unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law, which is true, which is exactly why Israel is wiping out Hamas, actually, because Hamas attacked Israel. They violated federal and international law, and now Israel has every right to do whatever the fuck they want to kill all of them, so that's very cool. Now, this is weird because Zoran Mamdani is pro-Hamas, which is definitely a shock and a surprise to us all. But no, actually, that's one. And two, it is not a violation of federal and international law because, I am not exaggerating, we have an extradition treaty with Venezuela. We have legal right to arrest criminals in Venezuela that are wanted by the United States of America. This guy is not a different president. He is a dictator, a despot that murdered his opposition. Okay? He was not a valid ruler of Venezuela. He is a bad guy. Okay, he's killing his own people. He's killing our people. He's wanted for international drug trafficking and for narco-terrorism, and we arrested him. Okay, literally, shut the hell up. This is like, bro is literally crying on social media because his homie, his favorite homeboy, communist dictator, is in jail. And obviously that guy's a friend of Iran and all the radical Islamists and anti-Western people, so that's his buddies also. I'm doing a whole video on basically everyone's response to the Maduro capture because there's a lot of retards we have to make fun of. It's very important. Definitely subscribe for a lot more retards. That's what we do here. This blatant pursuit of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad. Bro, it affects them positively. It also directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who probably should be home. Dog. Every single one of them, all of them, every single one
That's
of them
the lowest it'll go.
are happy about this. Bro, are you not aware of how this works? Did you know that in the last election, Maduro versus his opponent, Maduro got 20% of the vote? Alright? 20. Alright? Out of 100. Okay, just to make this clear. Okay, 20 out of 100. But then he literally murdered his opposition, and he kept power because he's a communist regime fucker that's put in power by Putin and Iran and China. So the reality is, this is a huge W for everyone on the planet, including for all the people in Venezuela, who are literally storming the streets, dancing and cheering, as I showed in my video yesterday. They are literally in jubilation. They're celebrating this in the streets. They're destroying statues of Maduro all over the country. It's incredible. The leftists, no, dude, leftists have lost all credibility. You have nothing to say here. You obviously just hate America. So no, this isn't negatively affecting Venezuelans. My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker. Bro, this has nothing to do with you. And my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Monitor the situation. You're a fucking mayor of New York City. You're retarded. Anyway, Putin, yeah, I'm going to show you. Putin had a crash about this. So now, Zoran Mamdani, this is him talking about, he did a whole speech. He gathered everyone.
I'm going to read the comment.
It has nothing to do with you. And my administration will continue.
Fucking subtitles are going away.
Continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Monitor the situation. You're a fucking mayor of New York City. You're retarded. Anyway, Putin.
It says, thankfully, you're just a mayor. Yes, the mayor of what was at least once the world's capital. But I suspect by the time you're done, you will turn New York into Shitistan. So no one cares about your worldviews and global matters. This is why voting in Nepo babies into office is a bad idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to show you. Putin had a crash about this. So now, Zoran Mamdani, this is him talking about, he did a whole speech. He gathered everyone together. All the retards got gathered together. Retards, please retards, can we come together? It's important. Retards, let's get together. I have to give a speech about President Trump arresting a communist dictator in Venezuela. Not that he has anything to do with it.
I know you said in a statement earlier today that you had been briefed on the situation with Maduro.
He was briefed. All right.
Were you briefed by the president? Have you spoken to the president about this matter?
I was briefed by...
He was briefed!
My first deputy mayor
His first deputy mayor said, "Yo, bro, check Twitter." How did your deputy mayor know the information, but you didn't? All right, how did your deputy mayor get briefed before you? Because bro saw it on Twitter, like everyone else. All right, everyone took a morning shit and a war started and ended before that happened. All right, get out of here.
My chief of staff, my chief counsel,
Yeah.
the police commissioner, as well as other members of my team.
Right.
I called the president.
Oh,
And
my.
spoke with him directly
Oh, my.
to register my opposition.
All right, so he called the president directly to register his opposition. Wow! Wow! What opposition? You called him after the guy was already arrested and on American soil. I love this, dude. So let me get this straight. All right, Delta Force goes in, 88-minute operation. They run in, they catch the dude, they throw him in a helicopter, they fly him in, they put him in New York. Mayor Zoran Mamdani calls President Trump to let his opposition be known. What is he supposed to... You want him to let him go? What are you... Okay, dude. Anyway.
To this act, and to make clear that it was an opposition based on... being
Retardism?
opposed To a
It was
Based
an
on
opposition based on
retardism,
being
yeah.
opposed, actually.
pursuit of regime change, to the violation of federal and international law,
It's not even a violation of federal and international law, by the way.
and a desire to see that be consistent each and every day.
That's the dumbest fucking
and you know
answer
what Trump
ever.
answered?
I wish I could punch
Fuck
that
you, I don't
motherfucker in
care.
his face, bro.
Look, he doesn't talk. I love how he says, I called the president.
I can't
gave
wait
him
till
the
a fucking
news
civil war
that
pops
I
off so I
opposed."
can actually fucking
That was
hunt
the
these dumb
conversation. It
fucks
didn't
down.
work. And Trump was like, okay, lol. Bro, actually insane, bro. It's beautiful. It's good. It doesn't get much better. It really doesn't get much better than this. I'm really glad we have performative socialist, radical retards to be really nice about this whole thing. So he keeps going. He keeps crying about this. He gives one of the greatest moments of all time.
We will draw this city closer together.
Yeah.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
The warmth of the government owning all your shit.
If our campaign demonstrated that the people of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it.
It's so nice that the foreign vote, that basically is what got him elected, by the way, because a lot of you don't know this, but you know most of his votes came from foreigners that were imported into New York. So the foreigners are really, really happy about this, actually.
Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers.
New Yorkers.
Forecast, plenty of sunshine through
Yeah,
today.
we're
We should
New
reach our
Yorkers.
normal high. Cloudy and windy today with gusts up to 40 miles. Showers and thunderstorms today with strong southwesterly wind.
The Terry Bag. Shop now at CoachOutlet.com.
Icon has the tools pros trust, tested tough and backed for life. Only at Harbor Freight.
There's nothing like a day in the job to remind you how quickly life can change. Get out of there.
May I have your attention, please?
College shouldn't waste your time or your money. That's why Western Governors University was built differently, from the ground up, to serve today's students and tomorrow's workforce. WGU degree programs are created with direct input from industry leaders and updated constantly. So the skills you learn are what employers are hiring for right now, not last year. You'll gain practical skills and up-to-date knowledge so you graduate ready to make an impact on day one. With 24/7 accessibility, our online courses are designed to fit your life. You'll be able to balance work, family, and other commitments. Plus, WGU's flat rate tuition keeps your education affordable.
That's right, baby. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter if you're from the third world. You're a New Yorker. You're a New Yorker. You're a New Yorker. You're a New Yorker. It's pretty beautiful. Now, in that very same speech, he wrapped up very, very well, like all communist Islamists do these days. And he decided to hit the Nazi salute. I know, it's actually diabolical that bro actually tried to do that, but he did. All right, everyone remembers Elon Musk with the Nazi salute? Elon Musk, they gave a Nazi salute and stuff. And the media was literally talking about it constantly. The media did not stop talking about Elon Musk's Nazi salute, guys. All right, so let's talk about everyone's favorite communist. All right, and I'll be real, this is just as much as Elon's. Bro's got motion. He got the rotation. Jeez, bro, what is that? What are we doing? What is this, my guy? What is happening? Media running on days and days and days about the Nazi salute. No one talks about this, obviously, because who cares? Now, the left immediately decides to, debunk the allegation. All right? They're like, actually, look, this is clearly not a Nazi salute if you watch the full clip. Right? They actually tried this. To the imbeciles cutting a 2-second clip from Mamdani's wave yesterday, claiming it's a Nazi salute, here's the actual full clip that doesn't cut his hand off. This was... How do you not notice that this is a different speech? How do you not notice this, guy? The Post claims the video clip was from the actual full clip with speech. It was actually a video clip from a different speech. Obviously, he left his armband at home in this speech. That's pretty crazy. Now, Zohran Mamdani is doing some pretty good shit, all in all right? And by good shit, I mean infinite content for me to make fun of, because this dude is speedrunning the destruction of New York City. Okay? Literally speedrunning the actual destruction in New York City. Bro wants to import infinite retards from the third world. He's pro-communism, pro-Islamism. It's very cool. Now, first you have to understand who he elected as the firefighter chief of New York City. This... I hold on to something, but I'm about to tell you something that's going to shake you to your core. This is a woman. I know, everyone was surprised. So this woman... is now the chief firefighter of New York City. She is also a lesbian. She is a lesbian woman of New York City's police fire department, and that's because of all of her experience.
Lillian Bonsignor is a career first responder.
Oh, she's a first responder. But she was also a firefighter, right?
In just 9 days, she'll be running the world's busiest fire department.
Wait, so that was her entire background? She was a first responder, fat lesbian, of course, and they immediately elected her as chief firefighter? Not that she's ever been a firefighter?
One of the most important appointments of the incoming administration.
And they deserve a leader who cares about their work, because she did it herself.
Let's fucking do that.
She did it. She was never a firefighter.
Who understands every detail and who will fight tirelessly to empower FDNY and make it the best firefighting force in the world.
Lillian Bonsignor began her career as an EMT in 1991.
Wow, that's not the same job.
And was ultimately promoted to chief of the city's EMS division. Where
after getting hit by radioactive beams from space and mutating into the Thing.
She served for 3 years before retiring in
I love how they show photos of her standing in front of fire trucks. But this isn't her fire truck. She was a first responder. She was never a firefighter.
Years before retiring in 2022.
There's 2 people on YouTube, but nobody's saying shit.
This is crazy, dude.
Although she never served as a
Fucking
firefighter.
gay.
Although she has no experience in the position that she's now leading.
Fucking gay as
She's
shit.
confident that won't matter.
I know the job. I know what the firefighters need, and I can translate.
I understand how it works. There's fire, and you put lots of water on it. Lots of water. All the water. I know water.
That to this administration who's willing to listen. I know what EMS needs. I
identify as a firefighter.
EMS for 30 plus years.
Bonsignor is a trailblazer for the LGBTQ community.
Not the
Literally in her endorsement. Oh my god.
Who will serve as the FDNY's first openly gay commissioner. She's a highly respected, detail-oriented manager.
So yeah, anyway, they got Lesbo Hulk over here as the fire chief now, according to Mamdani, because it's pretty great. We have a lifeguard who can't swim, but don't worry, the lifeguard's gay, so that'll make up for it. I watched.
Alright, going to... Really? Oh, okay, cool. That's it.
You know, he's coming out saying outlandish things. He's getting divorced from Kim Kardashian. He's doing crazy things. And then you come to find out that he's like, he comes out and he says, no, like my trainer and this Jewish doctor committed me to a 5150 and they drugged me. And if you go back in history of programs like MK Ultra, it is proven via declassified documents from the CIA that this was a program, that they used drugs to mind control victims, unsuspecting victims. And the, music industry, the rap industry, was basically created by the CIA to instill societal norms that were previously seen as, degenerate. Gangster rappers, slanging drugs, pimping hoes. Oh, the rappers are singing about it and rapping about it, so it must be normal and cool, right? Killing each other over it, it's fine. But Kanye West, a lot of stuff that he said, as crazy and outlandish as it might have been, is starting to make sense a couple years later. We're like, whoa, maybe he was right about some of this stuff. And so this week, Candace has taken a beating online, and it is clear to see that it is a paid billions of dollars, probably millions at least, paid campaign to discredit her, to discredit this guy Mitch.
I don't
that she
even
brought
know
on
why
her
I talk to
show.
you guys.
Why is
None
that?
of you fucking
so
talk.
instead of maybe in a normal murder investigation, okay, somebody comes forward as a witness saying they saw something. Maybe if our DOJ and our FBI were actually doing their job, they would question this guy. They would go want to know more. They would question the people who were accused of being there. Because although it doesn't tell 100% with factual evidence that this had anything to do with Charlie's murder, it certainly looks sketchy. It certainly looks sketchy and suspicious that this huge military meeting happened the day before. Wouldn't you, like, as an investigator, want to know what actually went on there, who was there, what it was actually about? But no, it's crickets. Crickets from the DOJ, crickets from the people that were accused. No, let's just move on. Let's just keep going and paint. Candace is crazy for asking questions. This Mitch guy, oh, he's a woman beater. Let's bring up and drag up his whole history of custody battles with his ex-wife. Everybody knows that custody battles are ugly, okay? Whether this guy was a woman beater, it's irrelevant. Yeah, does that make him a piece of shit? Sure. In that regard, if he actually beat his ex-wife, sure, that sucks. Makes him a shitty person in that regard. Does it make him a liar? No. Then you have all these people saying, stolen valor, he's not really a Green Beret, and then his military history gets brought up, and they actually dig up his forms. Turns out he is a Green Beret. So they're actively trying to discredit this guy, and then making Candace seem crazy for even entertaining this. She's crazy. She's lost her mind. She's off her rocker. Multiple talking heads online doing this. And it's clear to see that it's a campaign against her.
Yep.
And in the past, we've seen these campaigns before. They are a little bit too familiar. If we cannot control this celebrity, this person in the spotlight, we will discredit them and paint them as crazy, as drug addicted. Whatever we can pin on them, we will get rid of them. And that's exactly what's happening with Candace. She's getting a little bit too close, I think, and they do not handle it. Because all the things before that she was questioning and pointing fingers at and asking questions on, didn't really bring up a response like this. People were kind of like, okay, whatever. They just kept going. But this military meeting, the response has been enormously against her. And why is that? Is she getting a little bit too close? Let's take a look at all of the talking heads and social media people that are painting this picture of Candace. She's crazy. Take a look.
attack they always do is they kind of try to make it seem like you're going crazy. That's the wildest part to me, is reading back the messages, and they're like, oh, like, you know, like, we're your friend. They always come at you as a friend. Like, I care about you. Like, are you okay, Dave? I saw you wrote that tweet about, like, you know, that Palestinian child, and you said it looks sad. Like, are you okay? Like, is your marriage okay right now, Dave? Like, are there some things going on at home, Dave? Like, I'm your friend. Like, you know, you can always call me. This is their strategy behind the scenes, and it's also their strategy in front of the scenes.
As most of you that pay attention know, I am not the internet police. I don't invite. I don't try to focus on what other people are theorizing about or doing. I try to focus on what I'm doing. And so it's with a heavy heart that I am forced to put out another report, either tonight or tomorrow morning. We're adding a lot of information right now, a lot more research, dealing with Candace Owens. Just as soon as the whole Egyptian plane thing gets debunked with old facts, now she's moved to something else, and I'm really worried about it. I'm worried about her and her mind. I'm most worried about the country, where this is going. It's good to question Charlie Kirk's assassination. I have big questions. We know Phil covered up an investigation into accomplices. I broke that about 40 to 93 minutes. So I'm not saying no question. But her latest source and what she's done, implicating the U.S. military, and all this other stuff is just so damaging when you investigate it. It's so crazy. And just like with the Egyptian plane, she says she has the metadata, then publish it. And when she did publish it, and it got fact-checked, it wasn't accurate. James, we care about you. But you just doubled down again with something even more absurd. And I hate watching you short stuff like this.
In a just society, she'd be in a mental ward right now. She would have been in a mental ward a while ago. I personally am a big proponent of bringing back the involuntary commitment laws of the 1960s. In my view, she should be involuntarily committed to a mental asylum.
You should be involuntarily committed to a fucking bullet in your fucking brain,
normal,
bro.
everyday person in society. Could you imagine your best friend is taken out, and then instead of, I don't know, trying to help in any way, you just start accusing.
It literally just said 3, and when I fucking look at the camera, they all leave. What the fuck is that, dude?
You can't tell the police officers what your sources are. You just know. Where would you end up?
The question is, then when Charlie died, she's gotten nuts. So,
makes no fucking sense.
Can you and other people that we respect and admire stop this? Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag.
Candace Owens is an evil scumbag.
She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it.
You look like a pedophile.
Right, let me ask you, I'm going to speak to you as a therapist right now.
Like you
studying
diddle
personality
fucking
disorders,
16-year-old
what we call cluster B personality disorders. I'm noticing what Freud would call splitting here, extreme thinking. I'm also noticing some histrionics going on. I'm noticing this more with Candace Owens. I'm getting the sensation as I sit with the client of histrionics right now, of gaslighting. It's a real personality disorder. I don't pick that up on Tucker Carlson. He seems much more organized. Let's talk about Candace Owens. Do I have something here about cluster B disorders right now?
Yeah, I think she's. I mean, I'm not qualified to say she's a textbook case, but it looks like it. I'm not unfamiliar with these disorders. And I agree.
I'm not unfamiliar with these disorders. I'm not a doctor, and I can't say for sure.
Seems to match that.
But I've known people with it.
Engage in social brinkmanship, destroy relationships, and so on in order to gain advantage. It looks very much like that. I actually think that a lot of these extremist ideologies, and I had this conversation with Jordan Peterson back in the spring when he was still well, on camera, so people can watch it. And I think that these ideologies, these radical ideologies, are very frequently structured around satisfying the whims and wants of cluster B or other, as you know, Dr. Peterson prefers the dark tetrad model, but however,
yes, the dark tetrad model, yes. But these sociopathy, Machiavellianism, yes.
Right, and so I think that that's actually correct. I think that is what we're largely. And those kinds of manipulations, and like you said, the gaslighting, the infamous Darvo, deny, attack, reverse roles of victim and offender, to try to pin everything on anybody but themselves, the complete externalization of the locus of control onto everybody else who's now victimizing them. I think that this is what's at the bottom of it.
You believe that Charlie Kirk was betrayed by someone close to him. What do you mean?
I think that in the coming weeks there's going to be a lot of financial reports that are coming out, and I first and foremost do not believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I want to be very clear on that. Whether he was involved, I think the answer is yes. I think that's obvious.
And your basis for saying he didn't act alone is what?
I don't know, maybe the weird Fed messages that were concocted out of thin air that have no timestamp and were written like they were speaking in 1822, among other things. Their lack of an ability to answer any basic questions about what took place.
Do you have any proof that the messages were made up? Because that would be easily proven.
Yeah, but they didn't put timestamps on it, and Discord came out and said they didn't exist.
This was supposedly text messages, not Discord messages. It's my understanding from the indictment.
I actually did not read that they were text messages.
The indictment calls them text messages. What would it be like the feds are like on a computer, like typing it out back and forth?
That's exactly what it is. The feds made up the text messages.
But you don't have anyone from like the FBI telling you that, or
I have leaks.
Okay. No. Has anyone leaked to you?
And Tyler Robinson.
Has anyone said to you, even off the record, like, yeah, we faked these?
I have very strong sources everywhere on both sides.
Well, I look forward to seeing the evidence.
Yeah, sure. Because when we keep talking about evidence, it's like, who's going to present that evidence? Like the mainstream media? Like, who are you expecting to come out?
Yes, that would be a hot story.
No, it wouldn't be.
It would be. It wouldn't be. If the FBI, like, if I had a source telling me, like, if I had proof that the FBI faked those messages, that would be an enormous story.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we live in a post-Epstein world, and we know how stories get shut down.
So this interview is so funny because they're like trying to paint her as like stupid, that it was text messages, it wasn't Discord messages, when, you know, at first they did say it was Discord messages. And when I saw the press conference for these text messages, I was laughing my ass off the entire time because it all sounded so fake and like organized, that somebody just wrote these down to incriminate him, that just the language in the text messages, it was just so incriminating. And anybody who actually would do a crime this serious would not incriminate themselves this horribly. And then on top of it, the language is just, and then we, you know, the squad car. It's like a 20-some-year-old, I think he's 22, they would not speak like this. That's like Fed talk. And then when you actually see the text messages that they present, it's just like a Word doc of like somebody wrote what the text messages said. Like if these were real text messages, you would have these time stamped, date stamped, like, you know, even
bubbles,
screenshots from the actual phone. You could even potentially use that. In any subpoenaed court case, a lot of times the preferred method is to dig up and subpoena the text message record from the wireless holder, because it will have it all time-stamped, it will have it everything laid out, and it won't.
Yeah, why didn't
really
they do that? It's so weird. It's really weird that they didn't do that. Actually,
it everything, it lays it all out. So
they didn't fucking call the they didn't call fucking Verizon and be like,
and it was like, what?
Hey, can we have this text?
Don't you have better evidence than this? Like anybody could write this. So, regardless, trying to paint her as like stupid, that, you know, do you have any proof? Like, no, do you have any proof that these text messages were real? Because it sure as hell doesn't look like it. It just, it's mind-boggling, the coordinated attacks.
Welcome to the stream. Talking about fucking crazy shit today.
Recently with the military revelation, but
if you want me to watch a video or something, fucking type it in the chat.
The text messages were just nail in the coffin when I was first following this, because I already was skeptical of what actually happened because of all the craziness that surrounded the scene. That other guy, what was his name? The bald guy that was like, oh, it was me, like he was a distraction. Just all the weird hand signals, those seemed like there were so many distractions. The other guy that stands up and cheers, like just so much weird stuff going on around the
don't
scene
say anything.
of the crime.
Yeah.
Then you have the guys like taking out the SD cards, you got them standing, disrupting the crime scene, just a million different factors of why this case is like so sloppy. 30-06 bullet. If you actually have ever shot a 30-06, like that would take your friggin' head off. It wouldn't just like a little hole in your neck and then blood spurting out. Like no, his head would have come clear off. And if you watch some of the YouTube videos regarding that, people shooting mock dummies of what the 30-06, like, it's gruesome. Or even it's shooting a deer or an elk or anything. Like, it is gruesome. So if he was shot, it wasn't a 30-06. The gun that they found just happened to be placed next to this chicken coop, perfectly wrapped there for them to take a picture of. And then they say, well, we have DNA evidence on this gun. Okay, well, what's to say that the gun isn't a plant? There's so many freaking holes in this case.
Exactly.
And everybody can see it. Everybody that's paying attention can see it. They want us to think that we're stupid. Like, we don't know anything about this case. And, like, no. Like,
Welcome to the stream. If you want me to watch a crazy video, type in the chat.
Videos, brain,
Fucking, okay, we're
tons
leave.
of different
Whatever.
anomalies, drones in the area, military
Cool.
There's just so much crazy shit that goes on around this, and we're just supposed to be like, oh, well, you need help if you think that the government narrative isn't what actually happened. Excuse me? Are you retarded? Because I'm not. I have a somewhat superior IQ, and I can tell you that this case has tons of holes in it. I can tell you that just by following it this whole time. I'm no cop. I'm no forensic investigator.
I'm not either.
I don't really
I know there's
shoot
holes in
guns
it.
like crazy. I don't know, but it, like, even as me, as a chick in her 30s, I know that this is flawed. But they don't care. They want to pin this on Tyler Robinson. They don't want to look at any other avenues. Even if you provide them with reasonable evidence, if they actually did their job, or at least pretended to do their job, they would entertain some of these tips that they're getting. But they're not. They're going out of their way to discredit people, to discredit witnesses. They didn't even take Charlie's phone. They didn't even take Charlie's phone when it was clear that he had threats on his life, and he had stated that, like, basically publicly and also in private group chats. You think they'd want to look at his phone and his messages? You think they'd want to do that, right? Nope. Erica has the phone. Any other normal case, they would take the phone of the victim to see if there's any clues as to who might want to kill him. But they just went over all of that, overlooked that. Why is that? And if you look at Kanye West and some of his past, what does this have to do with this? He started being outspoken about more conservative values, about Jesus and God and Christianity, and clearly was not saying things about his Jewish handlers, because everybody knows that the music industry is ran by predominantly Jewish people, or so-called Jewish people. So he was speaking out against that, and then next thing you know, he has this text message from his trainer, Harvey Pasternak, who's basically threatening him. You're unwell. You need to get treated. You need, we're going to drug you. You'll never even, like, have a play date with your kids again that'll be normal. Like, what? Like, he was already painting the picture like, you're crazy and we're gonna fuck you over if you step out of line. And he risked everything.
Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, no.
And he risked everything. Love him or hate him or don't care for him. He said, nah, like, you're not going to do this to me. And Harley Pasternak, if you go into his history, where's Pasternak? Where does that name come from? Dr. Zhivago, which was a CIA presented movie and book that was propaganda and propagandized to the Russian people during the Cold War by the CIA. Well, Boris Pasternak, who wrote that book, may or may not be Harley's grandfather. And Joe Pasternak runs Hollywood, apparently, and all of these people are Jewish, supposedly. So you go against the grain, go against what they want you to push, you are automatically deemed crazy. And who else do you know that was a celebrity that was very outspoken against the Jews in Hollywood and the music industry? Michael Jackson, the late Michael Jackson, who died under mysterious circumstances after going toe-to-toe with Tommy Mottola and Sony in court proceedings and won. He was very outspoken, though. And they labeled him anti-Semite, all this stuff. He's wacko, jacko, called him crazy, called him a pedophile. Whether he was a pedophile or not, I don't know, but from the cases that came about, the first one, I mean, he was cleared of all of them, but the first one was brought upon him by this child, Jordan, who the biological father, he wasn't really super involved with his life, but he threatened to get money out of Michael Jackson. He wanted $10 million to shut him up, and then when they basically told him no, then he told his son to accuse Michael Jackson of molesting him. And this is all documented in this phone call that I'm going to play for you.
Into a confession. This is from an article at that time. It reads, on August 2nd, 1993, dentist Dr. Evan Chandler was extracting a tooth from his own son, Jordan, when he did something unusual. Under the supervision of an attending anesthesiologist, Dr. Chandler injected his son with a dose of sodium amytal, a barbiturate. Although in popular culture it has sometimes incorrectly been called a truth serum, it is not normal to use sodium amytal to pull a tooth. In fact, it is a psychological drug with sedative and hypnotic effects. End quote. Dr. Evan Chandler, after compelling this confession from his son, literally drugging him, it's giving Harley Pasternak vibes, then demanded $20 million privately from Michael Jackson to not make it public. He also took his son to a psychiatrist and made his son describe graphic details of what Jackson had done to him, but not to any of the other boys who were present as well. You know, Jordan's mother, June Schwartz, thought that her ex-husband was insane and knew that he was lying. So Jordan's stepdad, the one who had initially picked up Michael Jackson, a man named David Schwartz, decided to confront the biological father and secretly record him. Like, what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? Here is that recording of Evan Chandler, the dentist from hell.
This man is a humiliating, and I'm not going to use it. He will not forgive us from him. And beyond worse nightmare. So one more record.
This attorney I found, I interviewed several, and I picked the nastiest son of a bitch I could find. Once I make that phone call, this guy's just going to destroy everybody in sight in any devious, nasty, cruel way that he can do it. And I've given him full authority to do that. It'll be a massacre if I don't get what I want.
If I go through with this, I win big time.
I will get everything I want, and they will be destroyed forever. They will be destroyed. June is going to lose Jordy. She will have no right to ever see him again. Yeah. That's a fact, Dave. That's what's clear. Does that help? Her career will be over. Does that help Jordy? His career will be over. And does that help Jordy? It's irrelevant to me.
So, a lot of this came out in court. Michael Jackson was acquitted of all these charges, and he wanted to be let go of the contracts with Sony, and Sony would not allow it. And he was going to war against Sony and this Tommy Mottola, who was also Jewish and also has ties to the mob. And when they couldn't get him legally,
welcome to the stream. Oh, what's up?
What happened to him? He just happened to OD by his doctor accidentally in the hospital, and he died. Very suspicious.
What up? What up?
They can't get you,
How's it going?
and they can't get you committed, when they can't ruin your life in other ways, then they'll just take your life because they don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about their artists. They want their money, their empire. And if you become a problem and you step out of line and you speak out against them, then they will get rid of you one way or another.
Talking about
the same
fucking
thing with Justin
Charlie
Bieber.
Kirk.
They painted him as a crazy drug addict, and he's like fighting with his wife. They tried to ruin him because he also wanted out of his contracts. In several arbitration battles behind the scenes.
Oh, is that Mahala?
Just, okay,
What's up?
take it all. I don't care. Sold his music, sold the rights, because he didn't want to deal with that.
Mahala.
And he was being outspoken about his Christian faith, and they couldn't have that.
what's up? My halo. How's it going? I'm just fucking sitting there chilling. Hold on, I need to get...
Prince, he wanted out as well. He started
Yeah.
recording his own music, and they said, no.
Need a delivery service, then that's fine.
Oh, you're moving? Hell yeah. Hey, I will be right back. I gotta take a trash down real quick.
And
So-
then Prince ends up dead in 2016. Another suspicious OD. Very strange. Britney Spears. She's been painted as totally crazy, and you know, I try to stay away from Britney Spears because I do really feel for her. But she's, you know, had her kids taken. She was harassed by paparazzi. Her ex-husband Kevin Federline completely ruined her. Basically took advantage of her and her money. Her parents took advantage of her for her money. And then she was also committed, being bipolar, put on all these bipolar meds, lithium, all sorts of things. And then all of a sudden she's crazy. What else did they give her? Did they give her mind-altering substances to control her? Maybe. You don't see a perfectly young girl, beautiful, talented girl, go from completely normal to a crazy lunatic overnight. And I hate to say that. I mean, we watch her videos and we're like, whoa, what's going on? But I think there is truly...
Fuck, half of the videos of Britney Spears are fucking AI now. I don't trust a single one of those videos. Most of the time, she's just doing crazy shit to do it.
There were
Because everybody thinks she's crazy anyway.
actresses and actors in the 20s
I'll be right back.
Hollywood first started that were mysteriously found dead of overdoses. Olive Thomas was a promising young actress in the 20s, found dead in her place in France. And they made it look like an overdose. And they accused her of being a drug addict and crazy. Same with Wally Reed in the 20s. 1922, they committed him. They got his wife to go against him. And this is what they do. They'll get people in their circle. I don't know if it's by money or coercion or threats, but they'll get people in your inner circle to go against you. They got Wally Reed's wife to come out and say, yeah, he's a morphine addict. He's a drug addict. So they committed him into a padded room and made him live there. And in 1923, this was 1922 when they committed him, 1923, he was found dead in the padded room. And it was theorized that he was put to sleep. Interesting. So if they cannot control you, they will kill you. What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk? Well, he's dead now too, right? He started to get off the rails where he was becoming uncontrollable, as we see from some of his public appearances, questioning Israel, from his private group text, that he had no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. If he would have left and nothing happened to him, and he started saying no, and going almost anti-Israel and defending Palestinians, which he was kind of starting to do, if he would have been allowed to live, and he had complete control of the young people with TPUSA, think of how many young people would turn against Israel if he was to go on to become a presidential candidate or somehow still have influence on presidential candidates, and how so many people would be anti-Israel. That would not be allowed. So where is Charlie now? Rest in peace. He's gone. And is it so crazy to think that Candace would be wanting to find out the truth about one of her best friends' murders? And the fact that she keeps digging, even when they tell her to stop, she keeps digging, she's getting real close. Candace is crazy. They're going to threaten her with, they're already, got lawsuits. It's going to be lawsuit, lawfare. Then it's going to be, you're crazy, you need to be committed, we're taking away your kids. And if that doesn't stop her, we know the next thing is she will be found dead, unfortunately. She is the largest, most popular podcast in the world. And guess what? The people in charge are not going to allow her to expose them. So they will do everything they can to paint her as a villain, as crazy, and they will threaten her life, her livelihood, her children, her family. And if that doesn't work, then they will find a way to make her disappear, unfortunately. But I don't think Candace cares, because Candace is a true believer in Jesus, and as we all know from the Bible, the apostles, the believers in Jesus typically don't have an easy life, and not a good end either. But in the end, we win. You can take our lives, but you cannot take our souls. So good on Candace, because you're not going to scare us into bowing down to this evil, satanic cult that runs the world. You will be exposed. Candace has an army of people now that follow her and are paying attention. And if she goes missing, if she goes off the grid, if something happens to her, millions of others who are going to go right into her place. So good luck. Good luck. We shall take us all out. Until next time, guys. Fight the good fight. Expose it.
Wait, what'd she say there at the end?
Not be a... Candace is crazy. They're going to threaten her with, they're already, got lawsuits. It's going to be lawsuit, lawfare. Then it's going to be, you're crazy, you need to be committed, we're taking away your kids. And if that doesn't stop her, we know the next order of things is she will be found dead, unfortunately. She is the largest, most popular podcast in the world. And guess what? The people in charge are not going to allow her to expose them. So they will do everything they can to paint her as a villain, as crazy, and they will threaten her life, her livelihood, her children, her family. And if that doesn't work, then they will find a way to make her disappear, unfortunately. But I don't think Candace cares, because Candace is a true believer in Jesus, and as we all know from the Bible, the apostles, the believers in Jesus typically don't have an easy life, and not a good end either. But in the end, we win. You can take our lives, but you cannot take our souls. So good on Candace, because you're not going to scare us into bowing down to this evil, satanic cult that runs the world. You will be exposed. Candace has an army of people now that follow her and are paying attention. And if she goes missing, if she goes off the grid, if something happens to her, we have millions of others who are going to go right into her place. So good luck. Good luck. We shall take us all out. Until next time, guys, fight the good fight. Expose the truth. Love ya.
Yes, sir. Oh, fuck, I didn't even watch the first episode. I thought I did.
Welcome to Let's Be Blunt with Mary Jane, with yours truly, Mary Jane, right here, live in action. So, what are we going to be blunt about today? What are we going to be blunt about today? How about the state of the union, the state of our country? We all have to admit that it's not on a good track. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. And I think for me, the big wake-up call, I used to be very political, even I don't know, I was for the most part neutral online. I don't want to lose friends or family over stupid stuff and political beliefs. I've always tried to
if you're gonna fucking block me over political beliefs,
a little bit more on the
I don't need you.
Because I saw what was happening under Biden.
If you can't see past the fucking dumb shit and be just family, that's on you, dude.
Out of control. So
It's not my fault.
I think that
If what I say bothers you that much that you have to completely stop communication with me,
why is
bye.
that? I don't know. Maybe because Trump has gone back on pretty much.
If my views are so divisive that you have to fucking stay up at night and think about them all the time, and that they fucking bother you that fucking much, you need to go touch grass.
He's campaigned on, like, let's talk about the Epstein files, right?
You should be more mad about what the other people are saying. Because what I'm saying is tame.
The Epstein files. Oh yeah, I'm gonna release these. We're gonna get all these bastards, all these elites who are pedophiles and raping kids. We're gonna put them all away. At least that's what the people around Trump said. All these people that got appointed.
Yeah, none of them actually fucking
Trump was a little bit
wanted to
quieter
do
about
that.
it. And now, like, looking back, it's like, I think when he was asked on an interview, he said, yeah, I might take a look at that. I might take a look at that. You know, sometimes, like, those things, and he referred to JFK and the JFK assassination. He said sometimes these things don't get released till later, you know, to protect people, innocent people. So he kind of tiptoed around it, but he's like, yeah, I might take a look. But everybody around him was hell-bent on selling us the Epstein files, and that did not happen. When Pam Bondi got in and got all these Fox News interviews, oh my gosh, thousands of videos, it's disgusting, we're going to put all these people away, we're going to get them. And then what, like a few weeks later, or a month or two later, however long it was, they're just like, oh, just kidding, there's nothing here. What? What do you mean there's nothing here? You literally did. You were all over TV telling us how bad it is. Now there's nothing here? Interesting. And they released that memo on like a Sunday night. Like, just tried to slide it in there. Yeah, there's nothing really here. We're concluding this. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, hell no. No. People are not going to accept this. Especially how hard they went on, like, talking about it and campaigning on it.
I thought you'd at least do it.
That's number one. Number two is this whole Charlie Kirk assassination, as horrific and awful as it was. And we all had to watch that. Now, why is that? Why did we all have to see that blasted over every social media platform? That gruesome, gory blood pouring out of his neck.
Diana
Why
might
did we have
watch.
to see that? Because any other video like that came across on social media, it would be taken down.
I know.
Or if anything, it would at least have like a warning. And it wouldn't let you see it right away. It would say, oh, this is, you know, gory, you know, you want to see it. But most of the time, those type of videos get taken down. We're not meant to see those. But we were meant to see this one. Why is that? Were they sending us a message? Were we starting to get too united on the Epstein files? I mean, you saw people on the left, people on the right, both wanting the Epstein files released. So Ro Khanna from whatever, California, wherever he's from. Never thought I would agree with that guy. But here I am. And I think that's part of it. It's like people were getting a little bit too united for the elite's good. They don't want us united. They want us talking about race. They want us in race wars. They want us in red versus blue. They want us infighting, so we're not paying attention to what they are doing. So it's really interesting that this whole thing happened with Charlie Kirk, especially when he started to kind of question things too. I'm not gonna lie, I was actually kind of mad at Charlie Kirk a couple months ago. I said something on his X thing, calling him a sellout, because, like, he posted something about, like, when all this Epstein stuff came out, and, like, he had gotten some call from Trump, and he's like, oh, I'm just, you know, I'm not gonna talk about the Epstein files anymore, I'm just gonna trust my friends in the government. And I remember being pissed. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Even Charlie Kirk is like, okay, I'm just gonna trust my friends in the government? What? You're a freaking sellout, dude. I was pissed. I was like talking shit to him on his Twitter, X, whatever.
Who was?
The whole thing happened with Charlie Kirk, especially when he started to kind of question things too. I'm not gonna lie, I was actually kind of mad at Charlie Kirk a couple months ago. I said something on his X thing, calling him a sellout, because, like, he posted something about, like, when all this Epstein stuff came out.
When did this video come out?
He had gotten some call from Trump, and he's like, oh, I'm just, you know, I'm not going to talk about the Epstein files anymore. I'm just going to trust my friends in the government.
October 6th.
And I remember being pissed. I'm like, are you freaking
This was
kidding me?
just
Even
right
Charlie
after
Kirk
he
is
died.
like, okay, I'm just gonna trust my friends in the government. What? You're a freaking sellout, dude. I was pissed. I was like talking shit to him on his Twitter, X, whatever. So I feel kind of bad now. But he started to realize that like something's not right, and he started to question things. And he also told Trump, I guess he ran into Trump's room, or one of these rooms that he's in the White House, and like tried to talk him out of going to war with Iran when all that was going down. Not to mention he started questioning Israel, and he was Israel's golden boy, and they helped him build that whole organization. So when he says no to $150 million, he says, no, I'm not going to be your bitch. Pretty weird that he gets killed not that long after. But the crazy part about it all, I mean, there's a lot of crazy parts of it, but the crazy part, and the thing that I noticed right away, that something's not right, they are trying to create a narrative. Obviously, nobody that I know believes this Tyler Robinson guy shot and killed Charlie Kirk. But what I noticed right away, as soon as it happened, and they had the press conference that night, and the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, does his little press conference. Oh, without a doubt, this is a political assassination, and it will not be tolerated. They didn't even have the suspect yet. What do you mean it's a political assassination? Yeah, he's kind of a political figure, but like, you don't even have a suspect in custody, and you're already like spitting out the motive? That was when it clicked for me that they're gonna paint a narrative. And you saw it right away on Facebook. You saw people, and even on X, people that were, you know, left versus right, going at it and fighting again, fighting more, you know, and just fighting with each other. And it's like, that's what they want you to do. Stop it. Can't you see it? Can't you see it, guys? They want you guys infighting. They want us divided. Divided we fall. They can't have us uniting against them.
Yep.
And then Trump comes out that
Can't
night
have
and does his
anyone
little press
united.
conference too, where he's like,
'Cause
the radical left.
why would you want to open your eyes
It's
to the
blame
government
The radical left lunatic.
if you can
That's
just
Price
stay
Right.
under their
But how
thumb
can you
and
blame
reap
them
the
if
benefits?
You don't have the suspect. They didn't get the suspect for like another, 2 days almost? 33 hours is what they say? Weird how they're quick to blame the left. And I think people, at least in my little circle on X, people are starting to see like, hey, this isn't right. And people on the left and the right. They're like, they're trying to get us to like hate each other. And it's like, no, this is bullshit. So I've gotten some pretty cool friends just from, you know, being in the aftermath of this and people waking up. So it is not red versus blue. It is not me versus you. It is us versus them. The majority of the population against the 1%ers, the elites, who are running this country.
Yeah, dude, that's like
And,
what everybody's not getting.
every
Like,
little
I
thing,
love
everything
all
that
of you, dude.
happens, it's like, let's
I love
make
you
more
all,
laws,
bro.
let's restrict more of their rights.
I don't like the
Privacy,
motherfuckers in the government,
their
though.
speech, for their safety, guys.
I don't like any
Safety,
of them.
for
Not
our
a single
safety.
fucking one.
They
Fuck
wanna
them
take our
all.
rights. They want to censor us online. No.
Like,
You're not
literally.
gonna use your little
Fuck
event
them
and
all.
Put some bullshit
Not just
narrative
one,
together.
not just the
Take away
president.
more of
Fuck
our
them
rights.
all.
We are not doing
They're
the
all
Patriot Act
evil.
again. Because that's what this
Because they're the
Charlie Kirk
government.
thing is. And
Because
they're trying to
they
use
fucking
Charlie Kirk's death
hate
as a way
us.
to weaponize against
They
our
hate
free
me.
speech. They want to be
They
monitoring
hate
everything we're
exactly.
doing online. They want to be
I'm
censoring
exactly
us
what they
after
fucking
Biden saying
hate.
anything bad about Israel.
I'm exactly what they fucking hate.
I'm sorry, I thought this
And
was
it's
America.
funny as fuck
Who the
that
fuck
I'm called the
cares what anybody
racist.
thinks about
Because
Israel? That's not our country. You're not allowed to disagree.
I've got
with
black
the war,
fucking
the cause
cousins
of
that I
the country.
love,
Most of us don't even
dude.
give a
Like,
shit
I would
about
fucking
the
take a
war
bullet
cause.
for any of them
Or not the country, the
motherfuckers.
world.
Every
Most of
single
us don't give
fucking
a
one
shit.
of them.
Because we can barely
And there's like more than 10.
groceries on our tables to feed our kids. The housing
I
prices
have
are
black
out of
uncles
control.
that
Gen
I would
Z's never
fucking
gonna be able
die
to buy
for.
houses. Gen Alpha,
Because
good
they're
luck.
great
You guys
people.
probably won't even have jobs. AI is going to take over everything.
They
Don't
are.
bother
They're
going to
just
college.
great people. They've never fucked up.
And they're already indoctrinating my kids.
And it's not just, it's not a race thing. It's a fucking, if you were raised to be a retard, fuck you. If you were raised to think that you can get over on somebody, fuck
the state
you.
of our country is looking bleak.
If you were raised to have no fucking coof and have no fucking respect for your fellow man, fuck you.
Blasting it out on us.
None of you
Really,
should
Laura,
be
how
in
would you know
society.
that? Interesting. I would just stay prepared, everybody. Just stay prepared because things are going to get wild.
I don't care.
Things are going to get
I don't
very
care who it is, white,
All you
black,
can do is just
Mexican,
figure your
Chinese,
family, stay
Japanese,
prepared, stay prayed up,
anybody.
stay protected, make sure you got food, make sure you got fuel, because, you know, I've heard.
Fucking anybody, dude. If you are a retard, it don't matter the skin color. If you're a retard and you act smart and you are in power and you have control of people's lives, fuck you. Like, fuck you. That's the best thing. That's the nicest way I can put it to any fucking politician. Fuck you. If you're not fucking outing the bad people and you still call yourself the good politician, fuck you. If everybody loves you and you have no complaints against you and you're in the government and you haven't outed anybody for anything, fuck you. If you're complacent, fuck you. Everybody in the government can fucking get one, bro. I will fist fight any of you. And I guarantee you I'll fucking win. Like, maybe not against the fucking, not against the RFK guy, but I'm pretty sure he'd beat my ass. That's just him.
EMP attacks, which oddly enough, Erica Kirk's mother's company like contracts with the government, and there was some bill that was released that by the Arizona senator trying to prevent EMP attacks, and it was specifically referencing EMP attacks. And all of a sudden they're saying, like, oh, there might be an EMP attack, we gotta prepare. Weird. Lots of weird stuff going on. And I think people are starting to wake up. If you're not waking up, I feel sorry for you. If you believe the bullshit story that they're saying about Charlie Kirk, wait, you better open your freaking eyes, because that ain't what happened. I can almost guarantee it. Like, I bet my freaking house on that. That is not what happened. That dude did not get up on a roof that was clearly visible from behind. Like, people in Carroll went and showed that, like, that's not a likely roof place to shoot a target, because, like, people that were coming down the hill from behind, they'd be able to see him, so he wouldn't have cover. Plus, that dude wasn't a sharpshooter. Where the hell did he learn how to shoot like that? He's all of a sudden a sniper and can just hit somebody's artery across, and, like, no, he's a patsy. So I don't think we'll ever get the truth on that.
I said he was a patsy from day fucking one, bro. I said he was a patsy literally as soon as I saw it.
But it's just all really
I was like,
scary,
he didn't make that shot.
I'm starting to see it as clear as day.
That didn't happen.
They're lying to us.
He may have taken a shot, but he didn't make that shot.
They want us distracted. They want us fighting with each other so they can usher in.
It would have took his fucking shoulder off,
Their
dude.
AI, the tech bros that they're like partnering with in this administration, Palantir, all these
It
other
would have
ones, like,
blown it
bro,
apart,
they're gonna be able to
like,
see
completely.
everything that we're doing. Everything.
It would have fucking
And then
chunked
they're
it
gonna
and
preemptive
fucking
arresting
eviscerated
people.
it
Like,
from
we're
a
gonna have
30-06.
or we already do, I guess. We have a surveillance state. Surveillance
And I say that
police
with confidence.
state, where they're watching everything
There's no
that we're
way.
doing. They're probably watching this video. What's up, Feds? What up, guys?
Yeah, they're probably
And if
watching
you
me too.
question
Hi,
the
buddy.
government, or if you question Israel, you're going to be put into a database.
I'm on it too, yay!
Not to mention all the AI things that they have on
Fuck
different
you,
social media
Israel.
platforms that are running through anything anti-Israel and censoring else.
Hey, Bibi, fuck
When-
you again.
When did
Like,
we become the
for the
bitch of
30th time
world?
today.
When did
Fuck
we
you
become
twice
Israel's
again.
bitch? I mean, I just really don't understand it. I really don't understand it. But I think it all ties together. I think it all ties together with Epstein. I think our politicians are being blackmailed, and they're willing to be Israel's bitch in order to save their own asses. Because if we actually find out what they're doing, that will be the end of our government. It will be the end of all of them. And they won't tell them themselves. We can't have that happening.
I mean, they tell on themselves, but they
So
don't
instead,
actually
we became Israel's bitch. Isn't that
fucking.
nice?
They don't
We're the bitch
actually
of the world.
think
Never
they're
thought
telling
I'd
on
see that in my
themselves,
lifetime.
which
But
is
here we are.
stupid.
So things are gonna get wild, guys. I would just say,
I don't know
man,
what that was
make
going
sure you
for.
got a stash, lots of stashes of food, guns, ammo,
Yeah, I need to get some
fuel, water, whatever, because shit's gonna most likely hit the fan eventually. I don't know when, but it's coming. And yeah, it's just becoming scary. We are not free. We're not a free people. That is an illusion.
Yeah, dude, we are not free.
And we're starting to see that more and more. More and more of our rights taken away for our own safety, guys. Don't let those rights go away, because once they go away, we lose them forever. And the rest of the world is watching. There's people from Canada, people from the UK, people from France, all these different countries that are watching what's going on in America, and they're like, you guys gotta do something, because you're the only country left that has the freedoms that you do in your constitution. You're all that the world's got left. That's us. So we cannot not let it fall.
Can I not call
let our
you on
rights be
this?
trampled. I don't know what the solution is. Peaceful, obviously, but we gotta figure out something, guys, because you can't just sit around watching football. You can't just be in on your bread in circuses and too lazy or too comfortable to get up and make a change. I don't know what that change is, but we need to start coming together. We need to start or stop fighting left and right, left versus right. Anytime I see that shit now, I'm just like, if I see posts that are specifically aimed at the left or specifically aimed at the right, I'm just like, I just ignore it. Because it's not productive. That gets us nowhere. It's not left versus right. Yeah, both sides have their quirks and stupid things, yeah. But we can agree to disagree on 70, 80% of policy. But what we cannot afford to disagree on is our rights and our Constitution. And we have to fix it. So, love you guys. We're gonna dive into some crazy stuff on the next episode. So this is just a pilot episode, just me saying what's up. Gonna get some guests on here, but yeah, just stay prayed up, stay ready, because we never know when shit's gonna pop off.
Oh, yeah, let me do that. Let me actually fucking do that.
God bless.
I'd fucking love to get on her show, dude. She didn't even look. Or maybe she did.
Stop whatever
What does
you're
that
doing
mean? Does that mean that she looked at it? Okay, she saw it. Okay, cool. Nice. Fucking go away. No.
Welcome to another episode of Let's Be Blunt with Mary Jane. Me, your host, Mary Jane. So today, we are going to talk about what is happening in the world of the Charlie Kirk investigation. Candace Owens, a lot of people love her or hate her. A lot of people have been bashing her, calling her crazy, all these claims supposedly that she's making with no receipts. Well, she brought the receipts. She certainly did. Brought the receipts 2 days ago. Let me show you real quick here. So really weird here. This was a group text with people from TPUSA. I believe Candace was in there as well. Some of these other people were in there. So this was the text thread between Charlie Kirk, some of the TPUSA people, Andrew Colbert, this Josh Hammer guy was in here. And she brought the receipts. I mean, just look. Charlie Kirk said, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody goes, ugh. And then Charlie's like, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And then somebody thought, please don't invite Candace, and then blah, 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 blah. And this was confirmed. This was confirmed by Andrew Colbert that this is a real text thread. So obviously, he was done. He was done with Israel's crap and bullying. And he wasn't going to continue, and they couldn't have that. he was dipping out. He was dipping out of the pro-Israel cause. We've all speculated that because that's what we've heard so far. He had posted, actually no, somebody else had posted weeks before all this happened that Charlie was scared that Israel was going to kill him. And then, sure enough, he ends up dead. Weird. So this is like clear evidence. She brought the receipts that he was done with them. Done with them completely. He's, like I said, he's not going to be there anymore.
Yeah, I'm just not
going to
gonna
be
look
bullied
how
by
many
them.
people
And
are
then he ends up dead within a few days.
It's like,
So, obviously that's concerning. That's a little bit suspicious,
You're gonna be like,
right?
oh, there's
He's out
people
there
in here
saying,
all the time.
You know,
I just talk to
I'm
everybody.
fearing for my life. I think Israel might try to kill me. Then he's telling his group that, like, yeah, I'm not going to be bullied by them anymore. I'm leaving the cause. I'm not pushing this anymore. And then he ends up dead. Pretty weird, right? So one can speculate that maybe, you know, the situation is suspicious. Maybe a certain country is responsible. We don't know yet. We don't have all of the proof, but that certainly gives way to, you know, some speculation there. So, pretty weird. So she brought the receipts. People are even complaining on X that is nothing sacred anymore. You're just showing your text threads with somebody after they died. Yeah, because we're trying to find out what happened. There's people that have paid shills that keep shilling against anybody who questions the narrative or throws out evidence that the narrative is not true. It certainly feels like it's not true. I think anybody with 2 brain cells could put 2 and 2 together and say, hey, the story that they're telling us isn't lining up. So then on top of that, this Josh Hammer person, this is Josh Hammer from that text thread, who's clearly involved somehow with Keep USA. He's involved with Israel. I believe he's Jewish. He just happened to post the night before, he reposted Donald Trump's post from 2013 randomly. Why would he go all the way back to 2013 to post this? He reposted, should be public execution for all to see. You will end this bullshit death. This was the night before Charlie was killed. And then to top it off, to make it even worse, the day of, literally within a few hours, he posted himself, public execution, 5:57 on 9/10. Why would somebody do that? Especially somebody who's close to Charlie. Why would, like, it's just so suspicious and odd, and, like, there's no reasonable explanation for that.
No.
Looking real
No,
sus,
no.
buddy. And he just happens to be Jewish and very pro-Israel. Weird. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? A lot of things not adding up. So, obviously there's a lot of speculation that Israel could be involved. My personal opinion, certainly kind of looking that way. We don't have proof of that yet. I don't know if we ever will, but it certainly looks suspicious. And obviously they tried to pay Charlie Kirk $150 million not long before this all happened to continue pushing the pro-Israel cause. He said no. Then he starts being more vocal, bringing Tucker Carlson on his shows, threatening to bring Candace. People are like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. And then he ends up dead.
Yeah.
He's a political figure. He's got a large following of young people, especially. He's pretty much the reason, besides Elon Musk, pretty much the reason Donald Trump even got elected. Because before this thing was even big, Keep USA was big. I mean, young people overwhelmingly voted left, voted Democrat.
Really, dude?
So he was going onto college campuses, trying to change people's minds, going through amicable debates, letting people ask questions. Obviously, the people absolutely hated him, because they're not going to change their minds regardless. But he brought up, you know, good arguments. And he had a large
He really
following
fucking
of
did.
young people. And he was potentially going to be a presidential candidate someday. Because young people love him,
voted for
mostly.
him.
Other than the West.
He might have actually got me out to vote.
And our greatest ally.
I voted for Obama, and that was the biggest fucking fuck up of my life, bro. I was like,
back against them.
afterward, I was like, bro, what did
I'm
I
not saying they
do?
did it, but it's looking real suspicious. And personally, I think there's multiple people involved. I mean, even Keep USA is being really.
I mean, my dad kind of like
They
forced
took
me
the
to do
SD
it.
cards out of the camera
Honestly.
right after he got shot.
I didn't even
Instead of,
wanna
like,
vote.
worrying about, oh my gosh, is my friend okay?
I was like,
Shooter's
all,
still
like
out there.
even back when fucking Obama
They were
was
more
coming
worried about
around, I already knew that the government was so fucked
Like,
up.
they're just acting so suspicious. This is
and I was barely out of high
Some
school.
USA camera people
I was
who-
fully
this has
fucking
been
aware
going
of
around
it because I've
taking the
seen the
SD
bullshit.
card out
I've
of
seen the
camera from
deaths.
the
I've
front.
seen the
This was
killings. I've
literally
seen
within,
everything,
you know,
bro.
under 10
Live
minutes,
Leaks
him being
was
shot.
my fucking
Diamond. Why is he doing that?
homepage.
And then on top of that, tampering with evidence here. This guy jumping on the chair that Charlie was literally shot in. Moving that, getting on top to take down the camera behind Charlie within minutes of him being shot. You think you'd be more concerned with the well-being of your friend, your boss? No, he's like, I gotta get these cameras. And he's tampering with the scene. This is literally, like, this is the camera that could have seen everything. It could have exonerated Tyler. It could have proved his guilt, you know.
Yeah.
Why is he
He's
doing
literally
that?
fucking
He's
with
taking
it.
the SD card out. And he's looking around like, oh, anybody looking? Huh? No? Okay, let me grab this, let me grab this. Why is he doing that? And then there's conflicting stories from Tyler Bauer and Andrew Colbert. Andrew Colbert says, oh, well, you know, we just
Let's check Rumble just to make sure.
there's evil people out there. They were trying to steal packs. But Tyler Bauer
Fucking
says,
nothing.
oh,
Just
no,
like I knew
we
there
were
wasn't gonna
ordered
be.
to give them to the police. We watched the whole video from front to back that was recorded during the whole event. It was like an hour long. We posted it on YouTube. And it shows everything that's going on down there.
How do
behind the
I
scenes
change
after he
what
got
it
shot.
fucking
And they're
says?
within minutes. They're just like, the scene's not completely locked down. There's cops around that are, you know, in regular clothes, supposedly. They're cops. They have badges and guns. But they didn't really secure the scenes. They still let the TPUSA guys run around and mess with the evidence. The one guy just pummels over the chair and steps on it that Charlie Kirk was sitting in to grab the SD card, to grab the camera down from behind. So tampers with evidence. Number one, the chair. Number two, the camera. Then he goes around to the other side, to the other camera that's facing Charlie, and takes the SD card out. And is like, looking real suspicious, looking around like, is anybody looking? Like, you could
Says
read
there's two
people's
people watching on there now.
almost by the way that they behave. And so, that was real suspicious. And one of the
What's
cops
up?
that went down there tapped the microphone to turn it off to make sure, you know, nobody could hear what they were saying. And this was the microphone that Charlie Kirk was using as he got shot. So another instance of tampering with
Weird.
evidence. We don't know if there's blood spatter on there. Maybe they did that. Blood analysis. So a lot of tampering going on, and a lot of different stories as to why they did that. The SD card. The cops ordered us to give it to them. We didn't see in that video at all them give it to the cops. In fact, it looked like almost like they handed it off to some other person who just randomly took his hat, put it under his hat, and kept walking. Can't say for sure that's what happened, but it sure looked like it. And then Candace Owens gets to watch the footage. I think it was several days later on FaceTime with one of these guys. So when did they give it to the police? Yeah, it's 2025. You can like edit any video. This is just like a roll of film. Like, this is the 1950s. 2025, anything can be edited. So why was that the primary concern to get the SD cards instead of like seeing if your friend was okay? And then they're very defensive online. Super, super defensive. This Tyler Bauer guy is shooting himself in the foot. He just keeps talking on X and playing the victim because people are asking questions. Very sad. See some of the things that he's saying here. He's posting a lot. He's getting into arguments with people that are asking questions. It's important to honor and respect those who've been killed. As if we're not honoring and respecting him. Charlie was killed in the line of his own duty and deserves respect from all sides by not putting words in his mouth. Lots of talkers, very few doers. This was in response to Candace Owen releasing these text messages and people asking questions. Like, who's not honoring and respecting him? We just want to get to the bottom of what happened because we know that the narrative that they're pushing is bullshit. Like, they're like lashing out at people for trying to help and find out what happened. And nobody's even accusing them of anything. It's just like, yeah, you guys did some sus things, but we're not saying like you did anything, but now you're just digging yourself a hole, making yourself look worse. So, but yeah, he was basically lashing out. Also saying like, oh, we're keeping receipts of everybody that is, you know, saying things about us and the situation, attacking us. Like, our lawyers are ready. Like, okay. So, chill out, bro. You're making it real sad. So, me personally, I don't want to make any claims. I'm just saying this is my own personal opinion, my own speculation, but there's a lot to unpack here. A lot of things that happen. And let's not even begin to talk about the military plane. This military plane, just watch this.
What? Why? I don't. I want to see the fucking plane. Bombardier Global Express twin jet. It says a military plane enters the Provo area, which I guess is the town he was in when he got shot. And 14 minutes before Kirk was shot. Loiter loops. So it does a loop around the town and the lake that it's near. It slows down, lowers altitude to less than 5,000 feet, and departs their airspace 24 minutes after he got shot.
The military plane is a whole nother set of...
Hold on, I didn't catch the
So there
freaking
was
plane
a
again, damn
military
it.
plane, a bombardier.
Damn it. Up. There it is. Okay, I'm going to turn the camera around so everybody... Do that. Pictures. Fucking pictures, phone. What the fuck are you doing? Okay. Are you fucking retarded? That's not the button I pressed. Where? And there it is. No! Okay, that is the plane. Fuck, I wish I could zoom in and shit. Man, it's not that great of a picture. It's fucking definitely weird. Definitely fucking weird.
The military plane is a whole nother set of craziness. So there was a military plane, a bombardier, that is drone capable, that flew from Texas, El Paso, Texas, I believe it was, all the way up north. I forget where the destination was, but it randomly did a little loop-de-loop right over the Utah campus, the UVU campus, on September 10th, right around the time that Charlie got shot. So that's strange. And it slowed down to almost a stall speed. It was there, I forget the exact timing, but it was there like 10-15 minutes before it happened, and then it hovered around for a little bit, maybe a half an hour, and then left and went back on its destination. And if you look at some of the videos, it looks like there's drones in the videos. There's stuff zipping by, and you're like, what? And if you stop the video real quick, you can see it. What is this?
What the fuck? That's
That
weird.
doesn't look like a bird or a bug. It's got wings. And it zips.
Bro,
by.
that's like one. That's literally
Like,
a military fucking
we can
drone.
grab this slide by slide. You just, whoop.
That's what they look like. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
What is that? That looks like a drone.
What is it doing? Let me get a good. Let me get a. I know for a
It looks
fact
like a drone. It's not a
what
bird.
that
It's not a
is.
bug. Literally looks like a drone.
I've
and we know
seen
that the
it.
government has technology that we're not even aware of.
It-
So is it possible?
Okay, what the fuck is happening? Okay, there we go.
What is this?
Oop, oop, oop.
That doesn't look
Nope. Oh,
look
motherfucker.
like a bird or a bug. It's got
Nope, that one. Yeah, that one. Okay. Why is it fucking all shitty looking? Okay, what the fuck, dude? Really? Are you fucking with me? I'll fucking fight you. That looks exactly like hold on, I'm trying to find it on this tablet. I mean, it does kind of look like that, but it doesn't have the top thing like this one does. Hold on. Maybe that? No. Maybe that. What's that? Hey! Oh, no, that's just a plane. Go away. Oh. Oh, I've seen that. before. No, that looks like a, but, to be fair, that is the closest thing. When? I haven't even seen your text. Which one? The guy from Nigeria? Matt Holsty, which is technically me, is Boats and Hose 97 you? I know fucking Sleepy King Hydra ain't you. That's fucking Hydra. Apparently. Yeah, I haven't seen your comments. Let me go to my actual fucking thing. I know, I haven't seen them. Hold on. Maybe I've fucking... Hold on 1 second. I literally... It never popped up. Hold on 1 second. Let me fucking check something. I can't fucking remember how to get to that. Hold on 1 second. Restricted mode? No. Live chat? Oh, hold on. I know what I'm doing now. I'm on my other account right now. I'll figure this out eventually. Oh, it might have been where I'm on my other account. Hold on. No, they're still not there. What the fuck? Settings. Family? No, no. Live chat. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if that's what it was. Privacy, there we go. See, it says no current users. I don't know. What in the fuck? Maybe you have me blocked. Which wouldn't make any sense, but I don't fucking know, dude. Connected apps? I know you haven't, I was just kidding. This is fucking retarded. Oh, I got another subscriber out of the blue. And I'm up to 17,000 views. This is literally gonna fucking bother me. Makes no fucking sense. Oh, what happened? You're definitely not unloved. We just need to figure out what the fuck is happening, because it's so fucking confusing. See? Like... I don't fucking know, dude. What the fuck? Like... What the fuck? Chat filter top messages. Maybe this'll work. What in the actual fuck? I don't understand that. That's literally pissing me off. Live chat. Description. I don't understand. That literally makes no fucking sense. Well, I don't stream on Discord. I don't even think there's a way to stream on Discord. That's just like my Discord channel that has like a voice channel and like a text channel, and I need to like learn how to fill it out with shit. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, Twitch should work. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with fucking YouTube. It's pissing me off, though. Maybe it's in my Google. I doubt it, though. No? What the fuck? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That literally makes 0 sense. Like, I didn't think I had blocked you anyway, but it's so fucking confusing, dude. Taco Bell has been taken over by the mafia. I mean, shit is pretty expensive there. Fucking quesadilla is retarded. I tried to get 2 of them, and I couldn't even get 2 of them the last time I was there. Because it was fucking like over $20. The quesadillas aren't even that great unless you get like extra whatever meat you got. It's looking stupid. Oh my god, this phone is burning the fuck up. But it's charging, so that's all I care about.
And it zips by super quick. They had to actually like screen grab
That's
the
gonna fucking bother me
slide by
because that's
slide.
like literally.
Just,
it makes no fucking
what is
sense.
that?
It literally doesn't. It makes no fucking sense as to why that would fucking happen.
And it looks like a drone. It's not a bird. It's not a bug. It literally looks like a drone. And we know that the government has technology that we're not even aware of. So is it possible that a drone could have shot him and they made it look like it was a gunshot? Maybe. But that begs another question. Then is the U.S. government involved in this? Did Trump betray the guy who got him elected? Because he's the commander.
I mean,
So if the military was involved, wouldn't he be involved?
I've never bought a mattress from a mattress store. I think Mattress Firm is really the only mattress store that's an actual mattress store. Anybody else is like fucking a front for something.
My speculation, my opinion only. I have no proof of this. But what I think happened, Charlie was getting too big. He was turning against Israel. And they could not have that. He was in the way. So they took him out, or they ordered somebody to take him out. That $150 million probably went somewhere. George Zinn.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fucking.
Got hurt in this whole
Honestly, I'm pretty sure I've just bought him from like Goodwill. Because the one in Taze Valley, it always has mattresses.
I just did it because I was waiting for my check. I said from the beginning, there's got to be money involved. All of the money. All of the money. So where did that $150 million go? Where did it go? Where did the $150 million go? Did it go to USA? We ended up going to like a hospital or somewhere to get medical treatment. He told them, which I just did it because I was waiting for my check. I said from the beginning, there's got to be money involved. All of the money. All of the money. So where did that $150 million go? Where did it go? Where did the $150 million go? Did it go to USA? Did they say, hey, I know Charlie's not really digging this whole Israel thing, but we will. Fine. We'll figure something out. We'll take the money. Did Israel order the hit? Was the CIA, the U.S. government involved? Or somebody involved that our government or military, CIA, intelligence? Did they actually take him out? Because they got murdered real quick. And then did CPS know about it, and they stood by and let it happen, and took.
It wasn't that great because I wanted to fucking pop by.
On the scene were acting sketchy.
It's whatever, I guess.
And tampering with evidence.
I had some.
Would secure a scene instantly and make sure nobody's touching anything. Good cops, anyways. Cops who are being paid off. Oh, they'll do anything you tell them. They're getting paid enough. So follow the money. That's what I think happened. I think Israel ordered the hit.
Definitely not.
Government or CIA were involved. Military somehow. Maybe they actually did it. I don't know. And I think TPUSA got paid off to shut their mouths and take over the company. Because that's what it looks like. And they're paying people off left and right to just shut up. And they're paying people on X and influencers to push a narrative. $7,000 a post? Interesting. That's how desperate they are. Because people are figuring out that they're lying to us. If it
Can't
did
you like
happen
fry them?
Like I project, maybe could have been possible. Not saying it did, but if it did,
Or do they just mush
very
up?
concerning because that means that we're allowing
I don't really
our
know that much
government
about
to
sweet
influence our
potatoes. I
government,
fucking hate
kill our
sweet
own
potatoes.
citizens, and letting people literally have a fake trial.
Potatoes are fucking
Supposedly,
gross.
the lawyer for Tyler Robinson was picked by the prosecutor. What?
Oh fuck!
So
Hold
it's
on
like,
one second.
what happened to?
I gotta pause this real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might eat them like that. I just don't like the way they fucking mush up in your mouth. They don't ever crunch, and I've never had them crunchy. So, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm back. How many people's even in this motherfucker? Nobody. Oh. Let's get fucking Johnny in there. Let's get fucking Chase Lilly in there for damn sure. A little bit of Kirk. Apparently that kid tried to fucking off himself, so I can't have him. I think he's in juvie right now. Who else? Bobby will work. And then fuck. And we'll put fucking, I don't think his Facebook's active anymore. Fuck. I ain't really got anybody in this motherfucker that would probably even join it. Maybe. No. Maybe him? If that's even his fucking... He's kind of retarded. Might say some crazy shit. Fuck yeah, let's get some Dustin Cooper in that shit. I heard him and fucking Kirk ain't cool though. Never mind. That guy. Definitely Jonathan Barry. Channel 1. Alright, work, I guess. Anybody like 30 fucking people in that group. Hopefully one of them joined. Oh, they all joined. How does that work? How do I get to it? There we go. Really? The internet doesn't understand that fucking meme? That's so stupid, dude. That is actually really dumb. I guess I gotta be more fucking deliberate. Really? It doesn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about? I guess I gotta go to fucking Google to get it. The fuck? It plays in the tiny thing, but it don't play right there. That literally doesn't make any fucking sense. What the fuck? That's really fucking stupid. Oh. I pressed. pressed share instead of download. What the fuck? 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 don't know. Why isn't it bringing it up? What the fuck? I pressed the button. Okay. Fuck, dude. What the fuck? Why isn't it sending it to my phone? It's a GIF. It doesn't take 3 days to download it. What the fuck? God. I'm fucking freak out, dude. Download the image. It beeped. Says it's downloaded. What in the fuck? Download failed. Why? That. Why? What the fuck? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Hopefully it actually does it. I don't think it's going to. No, of fucking course not. It just sends a link. That's so stupid. I don't understand it. I wanted to be funny, but the internet fucked me in my butt, dude. Fucking gayer and shit. Let me add her.
Shopify.
Thugs. What the fuck is this guy? Lady. DMs. Yes. Yeah, I like Arizona. I went there a while back. Pretty cool. Wait, what? Oh, what the hell? It's fucking weird. Faded Crew, what's up, dude? I didn't see your message until now. How's it going, man? Messages. Requests. Nothing. Unread. Nothing. Fucking check Rumble. If I even have Rumble on this phone. Yeah, I do. Got 8 likes. 72 views. Holy fuck. But no
People in the
messages.
1950s had the same vision problems as you. Cataracts, AMD, glaucoma. But they had no smartphones or computers. So clearly...
Oh God, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want every diabetic, including you, to know this. It sounds crazy.
8 likes. 72 views. Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
People in the 1950s had the same vision problems as you. Cataracts, AMD, glaucoma. But they had no smartphones or computers. So clearly...
Okay. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Sand. Wait. I wonder if you can play Fortnite with keyboard and mouse. Stream promotion, promote your channel, viewers, followers, views, chatbots. What? Oh. Okay. staying up there forever, dude. Bro, these fucking bots kill me to no fucking end, guys. I wish these motherfuckers would. I wonder what he would do if I just added him as a mod. Oh shit. Trove is getting a 2-week event. Track down the long-lost Renew Us butterfly. Help Cubesley restore its numbers and earn powerful themed rewards. Finish your journey. I wonder if it will give me my old fucking Trove character back. Because I used to play Trove a lot, actually. Oh, ban that fucking guy, dude. Wish motherfucker would answer me. I wish so bad. I'm on my way to an active community. Am I though? Cause ain't nobody said nothing to what I said. That's kinda gay. That's kinda gay. Can I not, like, share this to other communities? I guess I'll do that. Just fucking stupid. Claim it clear. Any fucking